It looks like we're live, so good morning all, and to everybody who's joining council for this regular meeting of council for Tuesday, July the 6th. I will call the meeting to order at this time and look to approve the agenda. Are there any changes or additions to the agenda, Ms. Cottle?
No.
In which case, I'll move the agenda be approved as presented. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. We have one delegation this morning from Epcor, and I will welcome Andreas, Mr. Como, and Mr. Letourneau.
Yes, good morning, Mayor Borman, members of council. Like we do each year, we've invited Epcor to meet with council this morning to share the results and the ups and downs of the previous year. So like we historically do, they'll come in and provide a summary of their performance from the year past. Sorry, it's a little bit later than usual, but as council recalls, we were heavy in negotiations with Epcor and decided to pause on them coming in to do the presentation until after we were able to complete the negotiations successfully. So with that, I will hand it over to Mr. Letourneau, and I'll just be here to support him. Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Letourneau, and also I have to say, happy that we've made the decision we did in regards to the contract. It'll be good to continue to work with Epcor on that service delivery.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and councilors. Everybody can see the presentation?
Yes.
Wonderful. Welcome, and I guess this is going to be my 6th annual presentation to council. I've been in this role now for 5.5 years, which I recently found out makes me the longest serving site manager in the history of the plant. So you can flash the applause sign in the corner.
Okay, then.
And I know you have a very busy agenda, and so we'll just ease you into your morning. I'll jump right into it. The first slide is one that you've seen every year. It speaks to the deep bench that Epcor brings to the table, sets us apart from a lot of the other competitors. And you had a perfect example of that last year when there were hordes of people descended on Quarry Lake and the Rundle Forebay, which caught us all off guard. And there were some very immediate concerns about the quality of the water in Quarry Lake with all of these people using it, as well as some concerns were raised with the water that was being intaked into Pump House 2 from Rundle Forebay with all the increased recreational activity there. So some of these individuals in this chart were called upon after we received an urgent call from Public Works for assistance. Within 48 hours, some of those individuals had already laid out what we needed to measure, how we needed to measure it, when, where. They had actually provided procedures and secured supplies. We had a testing schedule, and that weekend, as soon as everybody left, we were out there testing the water in both locations. And we turned those samples around and had the results back to Canmore the following week. And we were able to provide a measure of assurance that there were no pressing public health issues, and then continue testing for the rest of the summer. So there's a typical example of the kind of things that deep bench brings to the table. Year in review, again, like most industries, Epcor was very much monopolized by the COVID-19 pandemic and trying to minimize the impact. That was paramount. We took a very conservative approach. I had initially had a series of operators staged offsite waiting just in case this pandemic, swept through our ranks, which did not occur. And as we learned more about how to deal with the pandemic and take protective measures, as public health authorities educated all of us, we were able to completely redo and reorganize our daily procedures to bring everybody back to work with minimal interaction. And we brought in additional vehicles, made them accessible to people. And I was fortunate that none of the staff that report directly through to me contracted the virus. And continue to take a conservative approach, even though the province is open. Epcor work at home staff will be slowly returning over Q3 and Q4. The operational highlights, again, you've received a detailed annual report, so I'm not going to read that out to you. I'll just touch on a few of the highlights. We continued our proactive field work, checking throughout the winter trouble spots and minimizing any sewer backups from frozen pipes, frozen manholes. With the inability to actually enter the restaurants in close quarters to check grease traps, what we did instead is we focused on keeping our Vector truck rolling steadily through what's a very small window of opportunity of about 20 to 22 weeks in the summer. We tried to keep that vehicle rolling and flushing every day, and ended up getting the best flushing season of the season. So that was great. In terms of the water pressure upgrades, they're completed now. They benefit both Dead Man's Flats and Three Sisters. I wanted to mention there's no wastewater treatment plant effluent violations this year, and haven't been since 2017. And if you recall, those 10 violations in 2017 were found not to be impactful at all on the Bow River aquatic environment. So really our track record in protecting the Bow extends farther back than that. We discussed the Quarry Lake issue already, and we got the water loss from leakage down from 27% to 23%. By focusing, again, recall last year, we got permission from Public Works to switch our focus from the main distribution network to the 6,000 services that exist throughout the town. And we did find a doozy last spring up in the Three Sisters area that I think I talked to you about last year. And that empty lot was probably spewing about 100,000 cubic meters a year. So when we reduced our numbers by the year by 140,000 cubic meters, which resulted in that water leak drop, a lot of that was attributed to that leak. This spring we found one leak in the Three Sisters, the spring, not the Spring Creek. It was up in Silvertip. And then recently there was an unknown abandoned service around Rusticana Grocery, which we didn't know about. All the services on Main Street are large services, so they're detectable from our leak detection equipment, but the small services are not. We were unaware that there are any small services there. And in fact, this was an abandoned service that had been improperly abandoned, and the valve was inoperable, it was wide open, the service was not capped or crimped, so it was just pouring water at full pressure into the ground and not surfacing. So we're assuming that's going to be another 100,000 or so there. So we anticipate the water leakage to reduce again 3 to 4% in 2021. So we'll just keep on that focus of looking at the 6,000 residential services. The Heart and Soul Fund was set up by Epcor.
All right, Dennis, Dennis, do you mind if we interrupt during your presentation?
No, please go ahead.
Just curious on that last note, the unknown or the leak was occurring by Rusticana that you've just discovered. What would be happening with the water that's leaking from that that infrastructure?
The water being tends to be gravelly in the valley bottom, and so it tends quite often it will just meander down and find its way, into the ground rather than surfacing. So that's why there was just no indication that this existed. It wasn't detectable, through our leak detection equipment. It was when they were digging up the sidewalk, they found the trenches were filling partially with water, and that's what alerted everybody to it. So we found that, there was actually an abandoned service that nobody knew about. So, it only takes about 4 of those to get our water loss down to 10%, out of all the 6,000 services that exist. So it's a very significant amount of water. So we're crossing our fingers and we're just pushing forward.
Great, thank you.
All right. So again, the Heart and Soul Foundation was developed by Epcor to support organizations that during the pandemic, we provided funding to arts, cultural, and charitable organizations to try to offer a lifeline to those that were hardest hit by COVID. Based on the recommendations from the town and our employees, we chose a couple charities to donate $10,000 to. Looking at 2021, the year ahead, which of course now is half over, we're well into these initiatives. In fact, the approvals are done. We had several Epcor exports that were brought in from different disciplines. We negotiated, on behalf of the town with AEP, and we're able to secure 10-year renewals for both water and wastewater approvals. On the lead side, you're aware, if you recall, that Health Canada reduced the maximum acceptable concentration of lead in the drinking water from 10 micrograms per liter down to 5. And they specified that we must be testing at the endpoint, ideally the kitchen tap, whereas in the past, we tested water at the handover point from the public system to the private system. Now they wanted to see what it was at the very endpoint. We know there's no detectable levels of lead in the public system. We test regularly for it. So if any lead was going to show up in the testing, it would be as a result of lead fixtures or piping in the private residential portion of the system. We were mandated to test about 60 houses that presented a representative sample of ages and risks and building sizes. We've completed about 30 of those 60 tests, and to date, there have been no concerns identified. Planned improvements, again, the year is well underway, so some of these are coming to a close. South Bow River Loop provides water security and increased fire flows along segments of Bow Valley Trail. The next two projects are really projects that are scheduled replacements of critical components that they've reached the end of life in a very corrosive environment, and we simply can't allow them to fail. So they're scheduled for replacement, and that's ongoing. All of the capital projects that were completed last year were on budget, most of them by Boone Coy, who's the principal project manager, handles most of our projects here in Canmore. Boone, we're very lucky to have him. He brings decades of global experience in both water and wastewater infrastructure projects. He knows his stuff. He can't be snowed by suppliers or contractors, and he's on track to bring this year's projects in on budget too. Finally, we are looking at achieving, on the verge of achieving ISO 14001 certification. And what that means for the town is that you can have peace of mind that there's a third-party auditor who's looking at our operations independently. And they're confirming that Epcor is actively anticipating environmental issues and that Epcor is taking steps to minimize the impact on the environment. So once certified, we will be audited annually to ensure that we maintain and adhere to those international standards. So you don't have to understand our business in detail or know our roles or the technology. You've got a third-party auditor who's doing that for you. The last image I wanted to share with you, I pinched it from my personal collection. And it is actually the only surviving photograph from my very first evening in Canmore, August 17th, 1979. We were on a bicycle trip through the Rockies, and we're on the last leg from Kamloops to Calgary. And I rolled in on a very hot, dusty evening along the 1A, checked in. I think it was a Friday because we had intended to go to the mine the next morning on a Saturday to check it out. But when we checked into the motel, the owner let us know that the mine had closed 5 weeks before. So everything was shut down. We're standing about where the Petrino's patio is today. And to the right, just off screen, would be the railway track over the engine bridge to the mine site. Immediately in this picture today, you would see the back of, it would be Safeway, then Canadian Tire, and then Save On Foods. And then behind that train in the distance would be Elevation Place. So, and somewhere in that distance, in those houses or beyond those houses, out of range of the camera, is a self-described hippie potter. Who I'm assuming at that point has been there for 3 or 4 years. And I can't imagine that he would have thought that looking ahead to 2021, he'd be completing almost 20 years in public service as a member of council or the mayor. I remember this evening like it was yesterday. I remember how hot it was. I remember how quiet it was. My father was working these trains out of Winnipeg, so I had the schedules. He went through on the eastbound in the morning. And my friend and I waited by the track for this train. I remember how quiet it was. All you could hear was the occasional car on the Trans-Canada, the occasional car. There wasn't hardly any trucks at all. And I remember the slight breeze being a bit of a relief. It was a really hot afternoon. And I couldn't have imagined that, 42 years later, this town would have blossomed to over 17,000 people and would be entrusting me and my staff with provision of one of the basic essentials of life, clean drinking water. So I know that some of you may not be present for next year's presentation, and heck, who knows if I'll be given it. So I just wanted to state that it's been a pleasure working with this council. And I want to thank you as a citizen of this town for the selfless efforts that you have made and all of the efforts you made in volunteering for public duty. It's much appreciated, and I wish you the best in the years to come. And that is all I have to say. I'm open for questions.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Letourneau. And in the same vein, I do have to say that it's been reassuring in the years that I've been on council to know that we have Epcor managing our critical infrastructure, providing water and wastewater treatment. So thank you and your co-workers at Epcor for the always dependable work that you've done for the community. And so many times over the years, we've leaned heavily on Epcor, and Epcor has always come through to help the community get through one event or another. So thank you and your co-workers for that. I will turn it over for questions. Councillor Comfort.
Yes, yes, this is one of those hard to answer questions, Dennis. It's a two-parter. What was your biggest challenge in since you've been in our system, and what was your biggest success?
I think the biggest challenge when I took over and shortly after I took over, if you recall, we lost a couple individuals within Epcor who I was close to and leaned closely on. I was mentoring one of them, so there was a double whammy because that occurred, and then shortly after we had those TAN violations, which necessitated some unexpected capital from the rehab fund to redo the wastewater treatment plant. So I think that moment in time was one that was very challenging for me, but we got through it, and like I said, we've had no violations ever since in the effluent. There's been many successes. It's really hard to pinpoint them, but I think the greatest success has been the ability to walk in from a completely different industry that I was in before. And very quickly, with the kind of support that I outlined in my earlier slide, be brought up to speed on the technology and the challenges. I was not alone in the last 5 years in this plant. I had a solid team of people, a very deep bench of people I could rely upon to see me through and educate me and bring me up to speed as quickly as possible. There was never once where I felt alone. And I think all of those things combined to create a series of successes. So no one success, but I think one overall ongoing success. And I think I'm well positioned and very excited to continue working with this council, both as an Epcor employee and of course as a citizen of this town whose children live born here and rely upon the utilities as I do and as everybody else does.
And I echo the mayor in thanking you for your service. It's been a good partnership. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Are there questions from other members of council for Mr. Letourneau? Seeing none, again, thanks so much for being here once again, and I'll look forward to seeing you out and about, Dennis, on the streets.
Thank you very much, everybody. Best of luck today.
Okay, thank you. With that, I will look to the minutes of the May 25th, 2021 special meeting of council. Are there any errors or omissions in those minutes? Seeing none, I move that the minutes be adopted as presented. Those in favor and opposed, motion's carried unanimously. And looking to the minutes of the June 1st regular meeting of council, are there errors or omissions in those minutes? Councillor Sanford.
There's a small typo under new business item H on June 1st. It's just to correct Todd Cooper, the director of flight operations. Just a typo.
Where is that?
Under item H.
H, okay. We'll just consider that an editorial change.
Yeah, that's all.
Thank you. With that, I'll move the minutes be adopted as presented. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Moving on then to item F1, Heliport lease renewal. Mr. Hannes.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of council. This is a follow-up presentation from the June 1st council meeting where administration presented a draft of the lease for the heliport with Alpine Helicopters Incorporated. From that, council requested that administration take another look at a number of items in specific with the lease related to the duration of the flights, as well as the maximum number of flights per day related to sightseeing flights. Administration has met with Alpine a number of times to take a look at these items and has provided an updated lease for your review and consideration for today. It is recommended that from administration that the maximum number of flights per day get reduced from a maximum of 60 currently down to 35 per day. This is down from 45 presented on June 1st. This represents a significant reduction in the maximum potential of sightseeing flights for the Alpine helicopters during their sightseeing fleet season. And as well, their maximum number of flights per day, or sorry, the maximum duration of their, or minimum duration of their flights is to be 25 minutes or greater. So this combined does impact the bottom line for Alpine. And as a result, in terms of the partnership that we are trying to provide here with Alpine, there's other items that we're looking at to see if we can get to this a negotiated partnership agreement. And from that, administration is recommending that the rent actually get adjusted from market rate down to $115,000 per year. This is still a significant revenue stream for the town. However, it does reduced to reflect the constraints that we are adding to the site. Let's not forget that the current operating hours that is in place is from 8:30 till 5 for sightseeing flights. And on a day like today, there's actually 16 hours of flights that could occur during the daylight hours. During the noise bylaw 7 to 10, that's 15 hours of flights that can be had. So this is the current lease only allows for 8.5 hours of flights per day. So this is already an additional constraint that an existing constraint that we're putting onto the site that impacts the revenue generation potential for this company. So with that, that's where we landed on the negotiation process. It is recommended that council or mayor and council approve this lease as it stands, pending final legal review with Alpine and our own legal advice.
Thank you for that very brief report. Did you can you tell council whether or not our new in-house legal has reviewed the lease? I think that has.
That's right. Our new in-house solicitor has reviewed the lease, and there are a few minor edits that we have discussed with Alpine, and will should this lease get approved in its current form today, then we will proceed with final legal review with both parties.
Great. I'm really pleased to see that through the further negotiation, we've come to the reduction in the flights per day and the minimum sightseeing flight duration of 25 minutes. I think that's really important change. So thanks for leading that discussion. I'm struggling with the recommended lease payments at 15% below what was appraised as fair market value. Can you elaborate a little bit on your thinking in that recommendation?
Right. So, some have said that this is a subsidy. I do not see this as a subsidy for a private enterprise. Rather, this is a municipally run site with constraints on it. And the more constraints we add to the site, it is my belief that it is incumbent upon us to reflect rents that limit the enterprise of operating to its maximum potential. So, like I said, there's a 43% reduction in the number of hours in the day, just from the noise from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. when a company can create noise in the community. So, we're reducing the potential for flights by 43% already. In addition, by adding additional constraints in terms of the maximum number of sightseeing flights and their duration, those are additional constraints that we're adding.
Okay, thank you for that answer, Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Mayor Borman. Thank you, Mr. Hannes, for your hard work on this negotiation. The $135,000 appraised value that was determined as the annual lease, what this property would be worth. Some of the increase in that appraisal would have been from the leasehold improvements that Alpine has made over the last 10 years. Is that correct?
That is not correct. It is based on the land minus the improvements.
Okay, so it's just the value of the land?
Based on how it's zoned.
Okay. And one of the leasehold improvements that Alpine made was to have a service facility for helicopters. Is that correct?
They have a hangar there, as well as their administration building, as well as fuel tanks and that sort of thing.
Right. Are they bringing helicopters in regionally to have them serviced to that location?
That is an operational question that we'd have to ask Alpine to confirm.
Is there any restriction on helicopters coming in for servicing to that location?
Not a specific constraint written in the lease, no.
Okay, thank you.
I would imagine, given they operate some of the flights out of the Stony Nakota pad, I'm pretty sure they don't have mechanical operations there. So quite likely those machines, I think it's reasonable to assume that those machines would be serviced at the Canmore Heliport. I had a question. It's not actually referenced anywhere that I could see in the lease or your report. During the town hall, I think there was a couple of people that spoke to the benefits of having helicopter flights available for weddings. And in my mind, that a wedding flight would be part of sightseeing flights, but it's not specific anywhere in the lease. So where would a flight that's taken specifically for wedding on top of one of the ridges, what group of flights would that be assigned to?
That would be assigned to the commercial flights. So when there's a guide of any sort or a commercial enterprise, that's when it would be defined as a commercial. Sightseeing is really about having guests fly with the pilot and viewing the area.
Okay.
So commercial is defined really as supporting the tourism industry, or not necessarily tourism industry, the various industries with paid employees involved.
All right. Thank you. I guess this is sort of a side question to the same point. There is no definition anywhere in the lease for sightseeing flights. So it's sort of an all encompassing or.
Yeah, sightseeing flights.
Do you think
Yeah.
there'd be any benefit in adding a definition to make it clear what is and what isn't a sightseeing flight?
In the, yes, we can add some clarity to that, if it's not clear enough as it is. In the Schedule C, it does go to some extent as to what these different types of flights include. So for example, commercial flights include but not limited to international, domestic, federal operations, provincial operations, backcountry lodge transfers, heli hiking, accredited professional photography and filming, wildlife survey, and support. So
Yeah.
those are the types of things that we've included
And
in
I
commercial
read-
flights.
Yeah, I read that, and part of my curiosity was that wedding flights wasn't specifically noted under commercial operations. And
Okay, we can do that, and we can add some clarity in terms of what a sightseeing flight actually represents.
so if you're going to ask for that to happen, when would that occur? Prior, obviously before the lease is signed, if council approves the signing of the lease. I don't think we need to have you go away and bring the lease back again unless council would like that, but
I would agree with that, and we could perhaps amend the motion to include that direction.
yeah, maybe just as a side motion to add a definition for, let me think, I'll think about that as we're talking about this.
Okay.
And perhaps have suggestion. Councillor Sanford?
Thank you, Mayor Barman. I too was a little confused about the distinction between a commercial flight and a tourist flight or a sightseeing flight. In the event that a commercial flight goes out, what is the frequency of them taking off and coming back? You know, if a sightseeing flight is 25 minutes, how does the commercial flight align with the actual intensity of use? So if you're doing a filming flight, are they out for 25 minutes, or do they drop somebody off and come back 5 minutes later and get them 2 hours later and then do another, circuit? Like, is it a shuttle type of flight, or are they out for more than 25 minutes on these kind of commercial flights?
It entirely depends on the nature of the commercial flight. Some are shorter and some are longer. It's entirely dependent on the distance and the distance of the flight, the objective, and what commercial operation it's actually undertaking at the time. But it definitely ranges.
They could be significantly under a 25-minute turnaround if they're just doing drop-offs. Is that correct?
That is a possibility, correct? Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McCallum?
Thank you, Mayor Barman, and thank you for your presentation, Mr. Hennis. I was wondering if you could confirm, I noticed that you made a note of it specifically in your briefing document, that taxes will be paid every year. So the tenant, as part of their lease, also in addition to their annual lease payments, also pays property taxes.
Right.
Is that correct? Yeah. And what does that, do you recollect what that came to last year?
Yeah, it's over $10,000 a year. And this has remained intact through COVID. And there's no change in this through the lease process.
Right. So even though they were pretty much closed down during COVID, they still managed to maintain their lease payments and their property tax payments?
That is correct, both.
Excellent. Perfect. Thanks. My next question is to do with Article 4 about renewal term, termination, and renewal. So at any point, even though we're signing a 10-year lease, if Alpine were to find an alternate arrangement, or if something successful were to come forward from the September 7th discussions we're going to have around trying to find something different for them, we would be able to give them 24 months notice, and they would be able to give us 24 months notice. Is that correct?
That is correct. And so work is already underway in terms of scoping out that project. And so, yeah, it's important that people understand that that piece is separate from the lease. We have clear renewal and termination clauses that allow flexibility for both parties. And so should that study be successful in terms of finding an alternative location or a secondary location, or whatever the model might look like, there is clauses in there that allow for changes to occur in the lease. And 24 months, you know, the things don't happen overnight. You know, infrastructure does need to get built and approvals sought and those kinds of things. It's a complicated process, so for both parties. And so to ensure continuity of service, we feel that 24 months is a adequate notice.
I would agree with you. Thank you very much for highlighting that.
Thank you.
A question under Schedule C, Section 3D, regarding the helicopter maintenance. It indicates that the on-ground maintenance and test flights could run between the hours of 8 and 5, 7 days a week. Does that mean that the maintenance and test flights will occur every day, or only that when they occur, it has to be within those stated hours?
So yeah, it says it will not necessarily be every day. It depends on basically the operations of the heliport and what is going on in the facility. So it definitely varies from day to day. It's not a guarantee, I would say, unless Alpine would like to clarify here. Yeah, it basically the way the lease is written, it's intended that those operations occur between 8 and 5, but there are exceptions to those rules. Alpine operates a very complex, highly safety oriented organization. Sometimes those flights and maintenance activities do need to occur outside of those parameters, but wherever possible, the intention is to do those maintenance and test flights within those hours.
Sure. I think I understand that. What I'm understanding is it's not necessarily the case that there would be the maintenance and test flights every day, but only as needed. But when they are needed, then they have to take place during those stated hours.
That's right.
Question around Section 8 in the Schedule C, the climate action. And I recall we had discussion about this before, the rationale for not requiring the climate action plan to be in place until the end of 2023.
Correct.
2023. Can you just review that discussion for me?
Right. So this allows time for Alpine and the town to collect and review the data that would be collected over in 2022 and 2023, and start to have an understanding of what the metrics we're looking with, the quantity of GHGs that are being produced, and those kinds of things. That would inform the study. That also takes time to implement. So, you know, if it was started at the beginning of 2023, the goal would be probably to complete that study by the end of 2023. So that study would be, you know, using about a year or year and a half worth of data at that time to inform that study. And then by having a 10-year lease, it allows Alpine to time and financial planning and those kinds of things, operational planning, to implement any recommendations that might come out of that study.
And so I'm taking from that it's in your opinion, it's unreasonable to be able to do the necessary analysis and have a climate action or climate plan by the end of 2022?
We'd be going a little bit blind with that. You know, we could do the, we'd have to go more on estimates versus actual data at that point. So it could be done, but I would say that it'd be less informed.
Okay. In the meantime, I'm certain that Alpine will be putting in place, are there any immediate changes to the activity or anything that at this time would make sense to implement in the way of addressing climate change without waiting for the studies and the report?
Yeah, so on a day-to-day basis, the fuel is one of the highest costs for this company, and so they are taking measures wherever possible, just in the way they fly, the way they take off, those kinds of things in terms of minimizing fuel consumption on a day in, day out basis. So that is happening on an ongoing basis. Their pilots are trained accordingly. There has been discussion about installing rooftop solar panels on the facilities there. So we are in discussions with Alpine with that as well.
Great, and that would be really great if that was to occur in the near future. I don't know if there's any. I don't think there's any granting programs that Alpine could access for that, or am I wrong?
We'd have to do some investigation with what the private sector is eligible for, but I'm not aware of any offhand.
Are there any other questions for the public session? Councillor Sanford?
Thank you, Mayor Barman. Mr. Hannes, can you just explain the under the sightseeing operations 3A -3, utilize 6 passenger helicopters when at all possible, and no more than 4 helicopters will be used for sightseeing flights per day. Can you just explain what that means?
Right, so this basically puts some constraints on type of equipment and the quantity of equipment that Alpine can utilize. So, you know, there are bigger helicopters, 8 passenger or 12 passenger helicopters, that sort of thing. If people are concerned about noise with a 6 passenger helicopter, you know, the noise is significantly higher with larger equipment. So we're limiting it to the 6 passenger helicopters. In addition, the number of helicopters in use at any given time is set to 4. Again, so this way it sets a constraint on the company that they cannot bring any more helicopters on site to basically limit the intensity of flights that are happening on that facility.
So would that also apply to helicopters that are under maintenance?
Sorry, can you repeat clarify the question?
So if there are only 6 helicopters, well, it says utilize 6 passenger helicopters, but if there's helicopters coming in for maintenance, is that over and above the 6, or is that included in the 6?
These constraints are set for sightseeing flights. So there aren't those kinds of constraints for, I guess, the other types of helicopters.
So there could be far more than 6 helicopters on site. Because
there is some constraint in terms of the number of staging pads on site. So I mean, there are constraints with how many can be physically accommodated on the site and in the hangars.
Okay, so that is the site itself is the physical constraint of how many helicopters can be there.
There certainly is constraints that way.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Comfort?
Yeah, to get back to the climate action issue, I just wondered, would it be possible for, given that there's a new council coming in October, would it be possible for Alpine to provide the new council with kind of a baseline, like what happens now, and then targets, you know, what they want to shoot for in terms of improving performance, or even what their current standards are.
So basically just you're requesting an information session with Alpine and council to discuss their current operations and how they're implementing or how they're thinking about and implementing sustainable initiatives.
Yes, yeah.
Ms. Smithers, you have something to add?
Yes, I was just going to remind council that as part of the new Schedule C, the annual reporting does contain quite a lot of detail on information that the town is expecting to receive. So I would suggest that the annual report may itself contain some of that information. I'm concerned about the reporting requirements for Alpine becoming more onerous than we would expect currently with this new annual report. Those reporting requirements are more onerous than we would expect of other tenants. So I just want to appreciate there's some operating realities that they're going to need to be meeting as well. And so I do believe that the annual reporting as defined in Schedule C would suffice for providing that information.
Yeah, I think that.
Sorry, I just wanted to make sure that annual reporting would address what their measures are that they're taking with regard to climate action.
Yeah, I think that's how it's laid out in Schedule C, Councillor Comfort, under the Section 11 of
8B?
Schedule C.
Yeah, it is in
And that-
8B, but
Pardon me?
yeah.
Yeah, no, if you look at the annual report, Section 11, it's very clear in the annual report that's due by March 31st. It includes a report on climate action.
Correct.
So my sense is that would accomplish your goal.
I think so. I think I'd also like to see what their targets are. You know, the report is more of this is what we did. I'd like to see where are we headed? What do we want to achieve here?
And I think that's what we're expecting to have by the end of 2022, or by the end of 2023, I should say, is the climate action plan that
Okay.
I was just discussing with Mr. Hannes.
Okay.
And you know, to your point, I was curious if we could push that forward to the end of 2022 rather than 2023. But I take the points that Mr. Hannes made as reasonable points. So wanting to have sufficient data on which to base their climate action plan is reasonable. So is that really where your thoughts were?
Well, I think there's probably enough data there in terms of where we are now, like a baseline, like a departure point, if you will, and then what the aspirations would be. And I think in conjunction with our, what's the title of that person that's now handling the environmental, Lori Whistling Wind's position now. I can't remember her title, but to sort of come up with, you know, a framework that tells council where they're headed. And I think that they have probably enough data, knowing how much fuel they use, what it costs, what has been done in other jurisdictions. They could actually give a starting point at least. And rather than waiting, you know, 3 years away to come up with that. And it would feel like we were behind anyway.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. It strikes me that the annual report that council will see in March of next year will contain all of that data, the fuel consumption, GHG production, annual natural gas consumption, electricity. So all of that baseline data I think you're referring to should be contained in the March 2021 report.
I agree, but that's what we did. So what are we going to do? That was the part that I wanted to see.
Right.
Then be prepared to report on. That's all.
Okay. Are there any other questions at this time for Mr. Hennis? I'll move the council go in camera at this point. To prevent disclosure of information related to contractual negotiations in accordance with sections 25(1)(c)(3) of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Those in favor? And opposed? So we'll go in camera at this time.
Can you confirm is, pardon me, the representatives from Alpine joining you in camera?
Yep.
Yes, thank you.
Yes. Okay then, everybody make it back through the bubble. Looks like all members of council are here. Councillor Comfort, you're here twice. Look at that. Not too sure what's happening. Councillor Comfort, are you you're showing up twice on the screen? And I can't hear you. You're mute. Not hearing Councillor Comfort.
I think she joined via her laptop to go to the breakout room, and her speakers don't work on her laptop, so she'll need to join by her phone.
The other window with her name, the other, is that her phone? Because her.
Yeah,
Okay.
it looks like she's just rejoining now.
As soon as I know that Councillor Comfort's with us, I'll resume the meeting. Ms. Jones, are you in communication with Councillor Comfort?
I am not, no, but I can try to touch base with her.
Yeah, let's find out what's happening there. We may just have to proceed without her.
I've just admitted her from the reading room, so she's joining via another device, so just 2 seconds.
Great, thank you. There we are. Let's hear if your audio is working or your. Yeah, we can't hear you, Councillor Comfort.
Mayor Barlman, it's Sally. I can't turn on my camera for some reason, but I'm just wondering if someone from the clerk's office can assist Councillor Comfort, and then the meeting, if you want to continue the meeting.
Yeah, just we're going into the motion and debate portion. It'd be nice to have Councillor Comfort involved with that.
Sarah or Cheryl, is someone from the clerk's office able to assist her?
I'm messaging Esme. I'm just waiting to
Okay,
hear back from her.
thanks.
Doesn't appear that we're going to have any success. Councillor Comfort, can you hear me? But when you speak, we're not hearing you.
Councillor,
Okay.
I'm wondering if you could call in on your phone and leave your laptop on, because we can see you. and use both devices. I'll message you the phone number to call.
Yeah, as soon as we get that set up, we'll resume the meeting. Well, let's hope everything works smoothly in August when we start meeting in public and hybrid with Zoom as well.
She's just dialing in now, so should be good in a moment.
Thanks. Are we getting anywhere?
We are, there's just a meeting ID and a passcode she needs to enter as well. So I think that's why it's taking a moment. All right, I'm admitting her now.
Great, thank you. Okay, we can see something there, Councillor Comfort. Still can't hear you, but.
You'll need to speak into your phone so we can hear you.
Uh-oh, that's not good.
Okay, well, I guess we'll have to proceed with the meeting and
Just one more suggestion to try, Councillor Comfort. If your laptop is muted, but your phone is unmuted, you may be able to speak. She's not doing it. Okay.
okay, well, we'll be able to see how you vote. You just won't be able to take part in the conversation, unfortunately. Yeah, so use your sign language. That'll be great help. Thank you. So with that, then I will put a motion on table that council authorize the mayor and chief administrative officer to execute the attached lease with Alpine Helicopters Incorporated pending final legal review. I do have a few amending motions. I'll put forward a verbal one. Firstly, I don't have a written, I don't have this written because it just came up during the discussion. It had to do with the definition of sightseeing flight. So I'll move to add a definition of sightseeing flight within Article 2, Section 202 of the lease. That's a fairly simple and straightforward amendment. Is there a discussion on that amending motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? And opposed? So Councillor McCallum, you're opposed?
No, I voted in favor.
Okay, your hand was still up when I went to oppose. That's okay. So the motion's carried unanimously. I have a couple of other amendments that I'll put forward, and these I have the municipal clerk ready to share a screen. So I'll move to amend Article 1 of the lease, Section 101.G, to read base lease payment for the first year of this agreement is $135,000 or 12 equal payments of $11,250 per month. And just speaking to that, I really do appreciate the work that Mr. Hannes and Alpine have done in responding to council's previous discussion on the lease, I think the changes that have been made are really excellent. I'm happy to see those two changes. But when it comes to the value of the land and recognizing that council is essentially the land is in trust to council, that the taxpayers and residents of Canmore, I think, would be expecting council to be at least looking for payment for the land that recognizes fair market value. And it's noted in the report that the appraisal that was done determined that the fair market rent of the land is $135,000 a year. So I think it behooves council to word the lease to reflect what is the fair market value at this time of the land. So that amending motion's on the table for councillors to speak to. And if nobody cares to speak to the amending motion, Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. It'd been great if we could have had, been given some notice that this was coming forward to think about this further. However, I think that Mr. Hannes explained and articulated quite clearly that the previous lease was based on the use and the flights available and the lease amounts. An appraisal is based on highest and best use, based on the zoned components, but it's also based on an unencumbered ability to do business. We have made it quite clear through the changes that we've made that we are looking to very heavily encumber their business. And so I believe that their lease payments should reflect that. I believe that the new negotiated amount of lease payments do reflect that. So I won't be able to support your motion or your amendment rather, because it basically expects market rent out of something that we're out of a piece of property that we're not allowing to actually go fully to market. So I won't be able to support your amendment, sir.
Just in the spirit of debate, I would suggest that the business on the land has the opportunity to benefit from the use of the public land, publicly owned land, and certainly have no understanding of the profit margin of the company, and nor do I think I should know that. But I just really believe that we should be trying to get the best rate on the land that we can for the residents and taxpayers of Canmore. And given that we took the time to have an appraisal done and the result of the appraisal is very clear, I would suggest that council support that market value appraisal in the lease. Councillor Sanford.
And in the spirit of debate, your worship, I would say that previous market value or market assessment reflected the ability for Alpine to do business at the time with the previous terms. With the new terms, I'm sure that if you actually went and got a market assessment, which is, I'm going to guess, based on income, partially, the ability for them to not, the restricted changes that we've made on their flights is actually reduce their ability to make that market value true. So that is why I won't be able to support your motion. I think if I went to market and where actually got an appraisal for the purposes of this contract now based on the changes that have been made, that you might find that number would probably match more of the number that we're seeing in the now new draft.
Great, thank you. Councillor Sanford.
Well, I would be inclined to support your motion in the sense that Mr. Hannes clarified that this is just the value of the land, and that there have been leasehold improvements that were added by the tenant, and the tenant is using those leasehold improvements to improve their own business. And I think having this helipad available for rescue and regional maintenance, with Parks Canada and the other agencies that use it is quite a valuable thing for us. But I also feel that the tenant has other options that they can leverage. And because they can essentially set their own prices for the work that they do, they can recover these costs. So I would be happy to support your motion.
Councillor Seeley, you had your hand up.
I'll support this motion as well. I appreciate Councillor McCallum's arguments, and they're good. But I think we do have a responsibility to recapture fair market value, and that's what this is based on. So I will support this.
Councillor Hillstead.
Thank you, Mayor Borman. I won't be able to support this as I agree with the administration and Councillor McCallum's points. We have encumbered the property. So again, it's no longer fair market value because of the encumbrances we've put onto it. So I think the reduction is warranted. So I won't be able to support this motion.
Councillor Mara.
Thank you, Mayor Borman. I also agree with Councillor McCallum, and for the reasons she's put forward. Having a piece of property that could be leased out at market value, but when you start putting limitations on it, it reduces what your market value is. So I agree with my fellow councillors that are not supporting this amendment.
Further discussion on the amending motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question then. Those in favor and opposed? So that motion is defeated with myself, Councillor Seeley, and Councillor Sanford in support. I do have one other amending motion to put forward. And that's to amend Schedule C, Section 3, bracket A, bracket I, by replacing 7 days a week with 6 days a week. We did, this was on the table for discussion at the last time council discussed the lease. And I didn't have success with my arguments at council at that time that this should become part of the negotiations with Alpine Helicopter. But in my opinion is that we should still, as council, be looking to recognize the impact to the residents from the daily flights of the sightseeing tours. And I'm fully supportive of Alpine Helicopter's business in Canmore. I think it's critically important for us to have Alpine operating out of Canmore. But I also do recognize that the noise impact is significant for a number of residents. And I think it would be reasonable for us to suggest that 1 day a week, at least, residents can have not have that noise hindering their enjoyment of their property and their lifestyle. So through this motion, I'm asking council to support this change to the lease, and I recognize that it was discussed and that Mr. Hannes and Alpine weren't able to come to an agreement on this, but no, actually it wasn't even discussed because council didn't support this as part of the discussion. So I'm putting it out there in this way to encourage councillors to recognize the benefit of reducing the sightseeing flights to 6 days a week. So that amending motion's on the table. Councillor McCallum.
Just a question, Mayor Barman, which day would you have them close?
Wouldn't matter to me. I wouldn't be.
So which day, well, there must be a day that you have in mind, because obviously there's got to be a day that benefits the most number of residents in town. So there must be a day you have in mind.
Well, if it was for my own sake, I would probably look at a Sunday or something, but could be that that's their biggest flight days. So I wouldn't, I would leave this entirely up to Alpine and administration to negotiate which day is the best day to be closed in a week.
And what happens if that only benefits part of the population and the rest of the population? Because we are a 365 town, like a good hunk of our population works Saturdays and Sundays, Mondays to Fridays, all those days. So I guess I'm trying to figure out how we're going to please all the people, or we're just going to please none of the people.
When have we ever pleased all of the people, Councillor?
Never.
You don't do that. That doesn't happen.
No, I understand that, but I'm just asking you, there's clearly a certain faction of our community that is blessed to have weekends off. And then there's the rest of them that have to work, need to work any of the 7 days in the week. And I'm just wondering if you have in mind a day that would benefit the most number of people.
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you.
Other discussion on the amendment? Nobody wants to say anything about this amendment? Councillor Seeley?
I won't be able to support this amendment. I think it's unfair, weather dependent and everything else. So I think, I won't be able to support this.
By unfair, I assume you mean unfair to the business.
Well, weather and other restraints, it's an encumbrance that I don't think is reasonable.
Councillor Sanford, you had your hand up.
Sure. I'm trying to see how this plays out in terms of the other constraints that Alpine has already agreed to. I think some of the things they've already agreed to are quite beneficial and valuable. Stacking up their operations into 6 days versus 7 days. We might be back at the negotiating table fairly significantly because they have already made some concessions in that way. So I wouldn't want to lose the ground that we've already made with some of the concessions because I think they've already been good. So I don't think I will support this amended motion.
Any other discussion from members of council on this amending motion? Councillor McCallum?
I don't think I'll be able to support this as well, Mayor Barman. As I stated when I was asking you questions before, Alpine's a 365 operation, and our town is a 365 operation. Our staff, our workers, the backbone basically of our workforce work 7 days a week in this town. And so it seems odd that we would ask Alpine to choose a day. And I understand that this comes from requests from certain members of the community that they would like silence on one day of the week. But if they are at work that day, they don't actually get the ability to enjoy that silence. So it ends up favoring a certain members of the population. But I also don't think it's fair based on the further encumbrances that we have put on Alpine as it is. At some point we need to actually realize that Alpine's our partner, not only, as a business in Canmore, but they also are a partner within our public service. They have a foot in both camps. And I just don't think that further encumbering them and trying to do their business represents us being a partner. And so I won't be able to support this.
Does administration have something they want to share with council?
Yeah, my apologies, Mayor Barrowman, for interjecting, but administration would like to recommend that we take a break. Procedurally, we're unclear that you can actually vote on this because it was brought up and defeated previously. So we just want to procedurally make sure that what we're doing is in line with the MGA. So if we could take a break.
Sure, let's take a 10-minute break.
Thanks.
Okay. Is everybody there? Councillor McCallum, I don't see there's Councillor McCallum, 2467. I believe we're all back. So I will be withdrawing the motion that I had on the table as it's outside of our procedural bylaw. It's not permitted to put forward a motion that's substantively the same as one that was voted on the previous 6 months. So thankfully, administration caught out the mayor in his very first such procedural mistake in all these years. So I'll withdraw that amending motion. That brings us back to the primary motion as amended. And it has one amendment, which was in regards to the definition of sightseeing flight within Article 2. Are there any other amendments that members of council have to bring forward at this time? And I'm guessing because nobody's doing anything, that means no. In which case, then we're back to the primary motion as amended, that council authorize the mayor and chief administrative officer to execute the attached lease with Alpine Helicopters Incorporated pending final legal review. I'll call the question on that motion. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. And just in summary or conclusion on this, it's been a very long and difficult conversation in our community and for the proponent for Alpine Helicopter as well. And I believe it's clearly been supported within the community that maintaining an active helicopter business from the heliport is really critically important to a number of aspects of our community, and particularly around safety and mountain rescue and servicing the backcountry. We know that there's some conflict that many residents are challenged by the noise, and I'm just going to be hopeful that in the work that's council's directed administration to do later on to bring back a project for September, that in the future we'll find success in identifying a secondary location that at the very least could reduce the impact, the noise impact of the sightseeing flights for residents in our community. But that's a discussion for another day. So with that, I will move on then to item, what are we doing next? Oh, G1, which is the review of the Mass Bylaw 2020-20. And this is, there is no written report. This is just a verbal presentation. Ms. Hyde, do you have the draft motion to share?
Yes, I do. The repealing bylaw is what you're asking for, right?
That's right. Yeah. So,
can you see that?
Yeah. So council, of course, will be well familiar with the changes in the provincial regulations regarding the wearing of masks, and council will also be aware that I believe every other municipality in the province has now repealed their mask bylaw, which isn't in and of itself a reason to do that. I'll put this motion forward because I think it's the right motion. It's the right decision at this time. I believe the town of Canmore has done very well. Our residents and visitors as well have done really well through the period of time that we've had the mask bylaw in place. And businesses have certainly appreciated having the bylaw to refer to. But and given the fact that the number of cases in Canmore and in the province have been reduced significantly, and given that our vaccine rate is continuing to increase and is at a very healthy rate right now, I think it is a good discussion for council to have to rescind the mask bylaw, recognizing that if things should change again in the future, it doesn't take very much to call a special meeting and approve a new bylaw that would respond to a new need. So the motion will be that council rescind the mask bylaw 2020-20 or repeal the mask bylaw. This is a bylaw that will require 3 readings to come into effect. And I open it up for discussion from other members of council. Anytime. Councillor Hillstead.
Thank you, Mayor Borman. I support this repealing bylaw. Canmore, if you look at the Government of Alberta website, we have one of the highest vaccination rates across the entire province. I think there's only like a couple spots in Calgary that have slightly higher than us. So we've done well when it comes to vaccinations. Again, as you said, we're probably the last one to be looking at repealing this bylaw. I think masks served their purpose for a time before we had the tools such as the vaccine to help with this pandemic. So I think at the time it made sense. I think now we can look forward and hopefully we don't have to implement this again further down the road. But for the time being, things are looking up. So I'm in favor of repealing this mask bylaw.
I think it's important to note that businesses can continue to ask their customers to wear masks in their business if that's the business owner's preference, and certainly to direct their staff to do so. And I think from a public perspective, I'll continue to carry a mask, and there's likely to be situations where I'll feel more comfortable putting my mask on. But I agree with Councillor Hillstead that this is a good time to consider repealing the bylaw we approved last year. Councillor McCallum, did I see your hand up? Councillor Sanford?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I would say that at this point, I really sit firmly on the fence about repealing the mask bylaw, and I'll explain why. We do have, absolutely, Councillor Hillstead's correct, one of the higher vaccination rates overall province. We do, unfortunately, though, provincially, including if we include the numbers of kids under 12 who are not eligible for a vaccination, we actually have a 60%-ish vaccination rate province-wide. Locally, we've done really well. The last sort of flare-up we had, we managed to squash that down, and many thanks to the residents of Canmore for doing their part. But I do note, and the numbers have changed a bit, but that in Canmore, our vaccination rates for ages 20 to 39 are only second pokes, our second injections are only 29.9%. And that ages 12 to 19, again, second vaccination or second poke is 31.2%. And I guess my concern with that particular demographic, once you get to higher demographics, it's much more substantial. Like if you get past 40, the second vaccine number is 53.8. And from 60 to 74, it's well nearly 80%, which is great. But the age group of 20 to 39, quite frankly, is the backbone of our local workforce. And I am concerned because the backbone of our local workforce are not only the ones supporting our economy right now, our tourism economy to a certain extent, they're also the ones that generally have those kids under 12 that we don't have a vaccine for. So that is why I'm actually firmly sitting on the fence at this point. And I'm really looking to hear from all of my colleagues what their thoughts and feelings are, because I am concerned for that cohort, a cohort that is going gangbusters right now. It's so busy. And I might be having a hard time finding a vaccination appointment. I know that I've talked to several people who have had a hard time finding a vaccination appointment without having to leave town, which has made it difficult. But I also have spoken to service level staff that have said that they would like to see a higher local vaccination rate for second, like full vaccination within those younger cohorts, their cohort, simply because they don't want to get sick, and they don't want their kids to get sick from the Delta variant. And of course, we protect against the Delta variant by being fully vaccinated for 2 weeks. So that's sort of where my head is at. I know that it's a hassle. I know that people are sucking when they see people are being forced to wear a mask, but I would remind people that it's great that you can, tell the staff member to wear a mask, but at the end of the day, we wear a mask to protect the other person. So when clientele come in to those restaurants, to those shops, the numbers are going to be back to where they were pre-COVID in terms of seating. That possibility is there. And they are going to be surrounded by people who aren't wearing masks and they may not have their second vaccination yet. So I look forward to hearing from everybody.
Councillor Hillstead, you clearly have something to say in rebuttal to Councillor McCallum.
It's not really in rebuttal. It's more just with regard to vaccination appointments. I actually got my second one yesterday. And I'm not sure if like at Safeway in Canmore, there's lots of appointments currently. So people are looking. You can get your second one there generally. You might not get the same as you got the first time. I had to, got Pfizer the first time, Moderna the second time, but so far I'm still alive, so it's fine. So I just wanted to say that. And also just I was going to bring up the businesses can impose their own mask bylaw or their own mask requirement. Just forgot to mention that, but you brought it up for me, Mayor Borman, so I don't need to bring that up now. So, but yes, I think we are getting there. I know other people that are signed up to get their next vaccine in that age range, since that's the age range I fall into. So I think it's, I think we're getting there. Like I said, there's certain areas like, if you want a specific vaccine, you might have to go to town, but if you're kind of willing to mix and match it, you can probably find some somewhere. So you just have to, I just recommend going on to the Alberta website and just looking at the pharmacy, looking at theirs, just if you do a little bit of searching, you can generally find one pretty soon. So that's all.
Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Mayor Borman. Well, a lot of ground has already been covered in this debate, but there are still some things that we have to consider. Like, we all need to respect each other's situation and comfort levels as we work to put the pandemic behind us. COVID is not over, but the rapid rollout of the second vaccine doses is very encouraging, and it is available in the Bow Valley, as Councillor Hillstead has confirmed. And we need to have as many of us vaccinated as possible, as quickly as possible. And I think that's going to be the turning point for us. It still seems advisable to wear masks for grocery shopping, for instance, where one would be in a confined space with many people from everywhere. Mask wearing will be essentially voluntary, but some people may want to continue with the practice in crowded settings and in large groups. At the end of the day, please be kind and accept that others have a different degree of comfort and risk tolerance for their own health. If someone chooses to wear a mask where they are not required to, then it is not anyone else's concern or place to comment. As a reminder, there are still many places masks are required: buses, airplanes, taxis, and ride shares. So please respect those rules in those mandated places. And I too will vote in favor of repealing the bylaw today, but there are many provisos and many things that we need to consider as we go forward.
Councillor Seeley, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor Borman. I will support repealing the Canmore mask bylaw. It aligns with Alberta's reopening and low COVID numbers. And I've been approached by local businesses who support repealing the bylaw this time as well. I think it's the right thing to do at this time. I will carry a mask and wear it respectfully when I see the need, and encourage others to do the same.
Is there further discussion on the motion from members of council? Councillor Mara, you're just at the very bottom of your screen. It's sometimes hard to see your hand.
Sorry, I was wondering, I had my hand up several times. I just want to, pretty much everything has been said in the debate, and I will support the rescinding of the bylaw. I too have spoke to many business people. I have spoke to the demographic that Councillor McCallum has been did talk about, and most of them have already had their second vaccine and are looking forward to seeing how it all plays out, how our vaccines, how effective they are. And I too will continue, and so are several others that I talk to, will continue to carry a mask for crowded areas or uncomfortable situations. And I echo what Councillor Sanford said, and has been on my mind, is please be respectful and kind to those that continue to wear them or don't wear them, either way, what their choice is. So for that, I will support the repealing of the bylaw.
If there's no further debate, Councillor McCallum.
Yeah, so I don't really, I understand that many have spoken to business owners, and I actually would say that there's a different message coming from business owners in my conversations than from actual frontline staff, like non-business owners, but workforce. And like these numbers are not supporting kind of what we're articulating. And there seems to be some cognitive dissonance between the fact that we wear a mask to protect other people. So I'm happy that we're all going to carry masks around for businesses that still require them. But what about like people that haven't gotten their vaccine, might be sick, whatever, are coming into businesses and infecting perhaps these cohorts of people that only have 30% of them have their second vaccination. And if they have gotten their second vaccination, they might not be 2 weeks and fully vaccinated. I feel like there's like after all this time, we've sort of forgotten the actual reason for wearing the mask. It's not about protecting ourselves. It's about protecting other people. And so I don't think I've actually heard anything outside of prepared statements that sort of supports what we're seeing in the statistics. So I don't actually think I can support repealing of the mask bylaw for interior spaces. And I would remind that that's what the mask bylaw was. It was for standing in lineups as well as for inside spaces where the public can come and be. Yeah, so I'm kind of surprised. I'm kind of surprised because we actually know what full vaccination looks like, and full vaccination is two weeks post second poke. And our numbers represent that only 30% of people 12 to 19 and 30% of people 20 to 39 have received their second poke. So I'm actually quite surprised with my colleagues, but thank you.
Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. Well, to your point, Councillor McCallum, I did take the opportunity to listen to Dina Hinshaw's last presentation on the subject. And what she suggested was that the increase in vaccination rates is having a different outcome on the healthcare system because people are not getting as catastrophically ill by contracting COVID, because there is the vaccination rate in Alberta that's increasing. So the numbers that they're seeing in terms of positivity rates and the percentage of people that are getting ill is quite reduced. So I think we're on the right track, and I think there is some comfort in listening to her evaluation of the situation, and I was really impressed with what I learned from that. So I think things are on the upswing.
And I will also remind councillors that we have the ability to approve a new mask bylaw in very short order if improvement that we're seeing across the province should subside or become worse, it won't take much for us to consider a new bylaw. Is there other discussion on the motion? Councillor McCallum?
I noted that Councillor Comfort had something in the chat that perhaps we could add as part of her feedback.
I don't see that. Councillor McCallum, you're mute.
I'm sorry, it was a direct message. I thought it was to everybody in the group, but it could be for anyone in the group. She basically states, I agree with you, Joanna. I believe we should err on the side of caution.
Great,
that's an important.
Okay, unless there's further debate or discussion, I'll call the question. This is for first reading of bylaw 2021-15, which is the bylaw to repeal the mandatory mask bylaw. So first reading's on the table. Those in favor? And opposed? So motion's carried with Councillor Comfort and McCallum in opposition. And I'll then move second reading of the bylaw. If there's discussion, seeing no discussion for second reading, I'll call the question. Those in favor? And opposed? Motion's carried with Councillors McCallum and Comfort in opposition. And I'll move the council go to third reading of the bylaw. Those in favor? And opposed? So we'll schedule a special meeting of council as soon as possible, hopefully Thursday morning. I'll confer with administration to schedule a time for council to reconvene to hear third reading of the bylaw. And with that, I will move on to item H1. This is under new business, Canmore Golf and Curling Club Brine Supply Agreement Amendment.
Point of order, Your Worship.
Yeah.
Can you just confirm that the mask bylaw will continue to be in place until such time as we have third reading?
Yeah, we haven't repealed it.
Okay.
So the mask bylaw is in place until council is able to reconvene for third reading.
Okay, thank you.
So then, Mr. Shears, welcome to council.
Hello, Mayor Borman and members of the council. Thank you. I'm here to present the topic of the amendment of the Brine Supply Agreement for the Canmore Golf and Curling Club. And just open up a presentation. So the town of Canmore and the Curling Club have had a long partnership since the 1988 Olympics when the curling rink was built. And there have been agreements in place regarding the supply of brine to the curling club since 2004. In 2018, the Recreation Centre had a new ice plant installed during the renovations. Since I started the position in November 2019, the curling club has asked me to review the formula for the brine supply, as the rates increased significantly since the new plant had been installed. We work with the curling club, recreation department, our facility staff, and the designers of the plant to understand why the formula no longer worked and how we could provide a reasonable and fair agreement for both the curling club and the town. Because the new plant operated differently, the hourly rate was no longer applicable. The annual fee was agreed upon, which was based on historic invoices over the past 6 years. The seasonal rate will now be $8,500 per season from September 15th to March 31st. This includes the mechanical, electrical, and capital contributions in the one fee. However, we have added that any lost brine through the leaks on their side of the property line will be invoiced to the curling club, and the annual rate will increase with the consumer price index annually. In 2021, The facilities did allocate $10,500 in revenue from the curling club, but the rate of $8,500 is attainable for the club and ensures a continuation of curling leagues and programs in Canmore, along with anticipated lower operating costs for the town with the new plant. The curling club president and board of directors have agreed on the amendment, and the facilities department are asking for the council to approve the Brine supply agreement as presented.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there questions this time for Mr. Shears regarding the agreement amendment? Councillor Sanford, yes.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. Thank you, Mr. Shears, for your presentation. I noted in your report that the curling club had been paying on average $9,000 per year for the last 6 years. And the projected budget for the upcoming year was $10,500, and it was readjusted to $8,500. Can you just confirm that some of the cost savings that we have incurred on our side of the equation are being passed on to the curling club?
Certainly, yeah. There were quite a few discrepancies over the 6 years in our invoicing. So the average of 9,000 was not misleading, but there was some big differences, partly because the curling club has made some upgrades over the years. So they've been put in LED lighting, which lowered the amount of heat produced, so it cut down on the cooling costs, and better installation. So through the years, there's been some fluctuations, and it's been hard to decipher whether those upgrades made a difference. And then that difference in what we were expecting to what we are asking for an annual fee. We consider the consumer price index and keep in line with the rate of inflation, whereas before the hourly rate was just an hourly rate that carried on since 2007 at that same rate. So we're making sure we're keeping up with inflation. And the plant was designed to be more efficient. There's VFDs, which fluctuates the amount of power required. And it has a smaller pump for the curling club. They did anticipate a 30% saving in energy. So we're expecting those costs to come down for the town as well, which kind of relate to that slightly lower anticipated revenue from the curling club. We haven't had a long enough season of normal operations to see how that looks, because there's been so many changes and ice has been in and out. But we expect to see that it'll come down. We're able to make far more adjustments to the new system.
Okay. I didn't realize that the average that you were presenting had significant fluctuations. So thank you very much for explaining that.
Yeah.
There's a question from Councillor Comfort. During COVID, there was not much curling going on. Did the curling club lose revenue over COVID? Question from Councillor Comfort.
Yes, they had a very similar season to us, where they tried to operate for short periods. They only took out that ice in February, based on they were watching to see what happened once that second closure came in. So we have agreed, rather than charging them the original agreed hourly rate, we actually charge them the $8,500 for the season, just because, yes, the hourly rate for keeping the ice in was actually considerable.
Thank you. I have sort of a procedural question, so I don't know if Mr. Shears is the right person to answer, but I'll put it out there. And it's just to acknowledge that there's a change with the signing of this new agreement, new amending agreement. There's a change to the initial agreement. Section 5.1 of the initial agreement that was signed in 2007 has it that any changes to the agreement has to be approved by council. But with this new amending agreement today, we're removing that requirement for a town council to approve any changes, which I'm fully supportive of. And perhaps, I guess the question is, should we recognize that within the body of the amending agreement itself, that to strike Article 5.1 from the original or the 2007 agreement? Ms. Smithers.
Yes, so first of all, with regard to the rationale for that change, it's really just reflecting, I think, the growth of the town over time, where previously, and the original agreement was quite old, previously those more operational matters would have been handled through council, but really as an operational issue, it's better suited to administration. It's not really at the governance level that council performs at. So that's the rationale for the change. And we did—
Which I fully support. I recognize that and fully support the change.
Okay, thank you. And then in the amending agreement, we did reword that section. Oh, sorry, I dropped my pen. We did amend that section of the original agreement, to say that the changes would be authorized by the authorizing signing officers for each party, and that is governed through our designated officer bylaw, I believe.
I guess I missed that. What section of that is in today's amending agreement?
In the amending agreement, it is section 2. So it's H2 VI, H26, I believe. Stephen, you can jump in if I'm wrong on that one. I'm just looking at the draft agenda.
Yeah, you're correct.
So in effect, it brings the brine supply agreement in line with and with most of the other like operating agreements we have across the town.
So Article 6.1, I think it should be 5.1. That's the article in the agreement from 2007. It's Article 5.1 that references town council, not 6.1. I don't see a 6.1 in the.
I do think that's correct, Mayor Barman. I think that's a typo. The 6.1 should be 5.1, but that's an administrative error that we can.
Yeah. Good. Then I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Okay.
The other questions of substance for Mr. Shears? Seeing none, thanks very much for joining council today to provide this report. With that, I will move the council approve the brine supply amending agreement as presented. Those in favor? And opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. And with that, we will move on to item H2. Mr. Heel, there you are.
Morning, Mayor and Council. I'm here to talk to you today about a funding increase request for capital project 7140, which is light fleet replacements. This is a 2020 capital project. I'll run through a few slides here, and then if we could just maybe hold the questions till the end and I can answer anything.
Okay.
I'll also point out I have Amy Fournier, our Energy and Climate Action Coordinator, on the call. And then just a reminder as I go through the slides, a few acronyms you might see. EV makes reference to electric vehicles. ICE refers to internal combustion engine, and MCCAC refers to the Municipal Climate Change Action Center. So with that, I'll start with the recommendation that council approve an increase to the budget for the 2020 light fleet replacement capital project 7140 from $110,000 to $123,000. The additional $13,000 will eventually be reimbursed to the town in the form of rebates from the Municipal Climate Change Action Center's Electric Vehicles for Municipalities program. So a little bit of background on the project. In December of 2018, there was an originally approved budget of $110,000 with a scope to replace 3 internal combustion engine vehicles with 3 ICE vehicles. On May 27th, 2020, this project was canceled due to COVID-19's impact on the budget. On December 1st, 2020, the project was reapproved. However, there was a scope change to replace 3 internal combustion engine vehicles with 3 electric vehicles and chargers where possible and appropriate. So we took a look at the fleet and the strategy, rebates available, and discussed some options with user groups that these vehicles would be for, and we came up with the following execution plan, which is a decision to replace 2 administrative vehicles with 2 electric vehicles and 2 chargers. And we will replace, the third vehicle that we will replace is a pickup truck that we will replace with a conventional ICE vehicle. We just don't have a cost-effective and suitable vehicle for the needs of the user group that this vehicle is for, which is why we are going ahead with an ICE vehicle purchase. We have $123,000 in known or anticipated project costs, and this is $13,000 over budget due to electric vehicle cost premiums, as well as the costs for chargers and installation and signage, et cetera, that weren't originally anticipated in the original budget request back in 2018. We will, however, see some rebates. We have known rebates for the electric vehicles and chargers that will exceed the $13,000. However, these rebates will be realized after the purchases have been made. We're waiting on some updated charger funding details in late July. We might see increased available rebates for the chargers. And it's important to note that no additional net funding is required for the project. We need the money to make the purchases and then go and apply for the rebates, which will take us back down to below the original $110,000. So
Sorry, Mr. Heel, can I think you had a presentation prepared, right? I'm not sure if you're complete now, but I can't see your presentation.
Apologies, I shared this.
All right, I think we're pretty good regardless,
okay.
Council.
Okay.
Yeah.
I apologize for that. I shared my screen and I never pressed the actual share button. I apologize for that.
That's okay. It was pretty straightforward, and your written report within the agenda was also quite straightforward. And as you've noted, we've discussed this project a couple of times before. So you've finished your presentation though, Mr. Hill, or did you have more?
Correct, and just closing with the recommendation that council approve an increase in the budget.
So I'm thinking back to, I think the first time we discussed this project, and if I recall, correct me on this, there was part of the project, or at some point part of the project was to install the charging stations on the back wall of the old VIC building. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. So the 2 light vehicles will be replacing the cruises or something that typically are stored in the lot downtown.
Correct.
So how, I may have asked this last time, but you know, I'm getting old, I don't remember things. How are those charging stations managed so that, I mean, are they available to members of the public, or is there a code or some sort of control mechanism so that only town vehicles can be charged at the charging station?
So for this particular project, this will be Town of Canmore exclusive. So it will be only town users of the vehicles and the charging stations. So you know, we'll work through the implementation of how to actually use these things. With the chargers, they are a pedestal mount, and we are just allocating the spaces associated with them. Yeah, so to answer your question, we're working through the implementation strategy of how to actually use them, and they will only be for town employees.
Okay,
sorry, Mayor Borman, maybe I can add just to further to Mr. Heel's comment is I think your concern is the general public going to be able to access these, and how do we restrict it to town vehicles? Is that correct? Was that your question?
Yeah, it's not so much a concern, just curiosity. You know, I'd like to be able to, if the public can access it, then that's good information. And if they can't, then that's also good information.
No, they can't at this time. We are working to just have them exclusively for town of Canmore use.
And I think,
Great.
Mr. Hill, that would be part of our approach would be that we would have signs that this is a parking lot for town of Canmore electric vehicles only. And from my experience walking in that corridor with the current location for parked town of Canmore vehicles, that people have been generally fairly respectful of that, even on busy days, that they haven't gone into those spaces. So we're hopeful, I believe at this time, that the signage will be adequate.
Great. Yeah, thank you. Are there other questions from members of council for Mr. Heel? Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Mayor Borman. Thank you, Mr. Heel, for your presentation. You had mentioned that the grant funding is reimbursable. Are we pretty certain that the grant funding will hold out until such time as we are seeking reimbursement?
Yes, at this time we have full confidence that the rebates are available and we will receive them.
Okay, great, thank you.
I just lost my. There we are. I lost everybody for a minute there. Are there other questions at this time for Mr. Heel? Seeing none, thanks very much for bringing this report to council request yet again. Let's hope third time's the charm and we get these electric vehicles. With that, pardon me?
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
With that, I'll move that the council approve funding increase to capital project 7140, light fleet replacement 2020 to accommodate external funding. Discussion on that motion. I'll certainly support it happily. I think the transition to an electric vehicle fleet is it's really important, both in the context of our climate action plan and in the context of showing leadership, not only locally, but outside of our municipality. I think Canmore has done a number of important things when it comes to climate action, and this certainly is one of them. Just popped in my mind. I was at Banff, the new Rome Transit Center in Banff last week, and they were showing off their new all-electric bus vehicles. So it's great to see. The Bow Valley is both Banff, Canmore, Lake Louise are all really working intentionally to improve, to address climate action. Did I call the vote? Have we had the vote? Yeah, okay. Started rambling there, lost track of where I was. In which case, then we'll move on.
Sorry, Mayor Barman, you didn't call the vote.
Oh, then why did you say I did? I didn't think I'd called the vote. Okay, so the motion's on the table. I'll call the vote. Those in favor? And opposed? Good thing that there's a break coming up after today's meeting, huh? With that, then we'll move on to item H3, 2021 tax recovery public auction. Ms. Richardson, you're here to present that.
I am, and if you'll bear with me 1 minute, I will just find my presentation. Okay, here we go. So yeah, I'm here regarding the 2021 tax recovery public auction. Good morning, Mayor and Council. So this is a new process for us, so I'll walk a little bit through what the overall tax recovery process is and what the public auction will look like. So the MGA provides us as the town with the authority to enforce payment of the taxes to which we are entitled. As this is critically important because we're reliant on those taxes for the services we provide, as well as building and maintaining our infrastructure. This authority is handled through the tax recovery process. Now, I do just want to say that our tax and utilities department also works with property owners to try to prevent it from getting to this point, encouraging the pre-authorized utility payment plan to spread payments out over the year, and providing flexibility in different arrangements where appropriate and permitted by the MGA. This is one of the reasons that we've never gotten to this point before, is that we work really hard with property owners to try to ensure that taxes are paid in a timely manner. For reference, we originally filed tax recovery notification on 48 properties, and we're now down to just 21 that were to proceed to auction. So for an overview of the process, this is the high level timeline of events. So for taxes that are unpaid in the year in which they are imposed, they'll be subject to penalties per our tax penalty bylaw. For taxes that remain unpaid after December 31st of that year, they are then in arrears and continue to be subject to the penalties per our tax penalty bylaw. And then each year by March 31st, we submit to Alberta Land Titles the list of all parcels of land in the municipality that are more than 1 year in arrears for tax recovery notification, and that's filed on the property. And then if those tax arrears are not paid by March 31st of the following year, it is then offered for sale at public auction. And we actually don't have discretion in this matter. The MGA is explicit that the property will go to auction. It's not an option that's provided to municipalities. So for an example of how that would play out for our current 2021 year taxes, if they're unpaid in this year, the penalties would apply. In 2022, if they're still unpaid, they would then be in arrears and again, still subject to the penalties per our bylaw. In 2023, we would need to file tax notification by March 31st. And then if they're still unpaid by March 31st, 2024, then we would start the auction process. So it's a reasonably long time frame from when those the property tax is unpaid to when they ultimately do go to auction. So since the time the report was printed, there have been a couple changes I'm going to be going through this morning. We're now proposing to move the auction up by 1 day to accommodate some election matters. So the auction is now planned for October 6th, not October 7th, as was printed in the package. So the auction is to be held October 6th, 2021 at 10 a.m. We're currently planning for the auction to be held in person in council chambers, but we will be monitoring for any changes in COVID health requirements that may require that plan to change. Council's responsibility is to set reserve bids for properties at as close as reasonably possible to fair market value, which is the amount a property might be expected to realize if sold on the open market by a willing seller to a willing buyer, and to set the conditions of sale for the auction. Property owners have up until the property is auctioned to make sufficient payments to remove the property from the auction block. So the number of properties we will be bringing to auction may be lower than the number currently included in the attachment. And actually this has already happened, as the commercial property, I should say, listed at the top of attachment 2 has since made sufficient payment, I think, as of just this morning. So there will be a discharge in the works currently for that. The terms and conditions will govern the auction, and these are included as page 111 of the agenda package. And so the second change since the package was printed is to add one additional point to the terms and conditions. So I'm not going to go through them all, but a few items of note include the disclaimer that the parcels are offered on an as is, where is basis. The auctioneer and all of you as council, the CAO and designated officers and employees are all excluded from being able to bid per the MGA unless they were authorized to do so on the town's behalf. I'm sorry about my dog. Which
unruly puppy.
I was hoping it was just going to be a couple, but she seems determined to continue.
That's okay.
So again, all of our employees and you as council are all excluded from being able to bid unless it's on the town's behalf, which we don't intend to do at this time. With regards to the payments, at the time of the sale, the successful bidder must pay either the full purchase price if it's less than $10,000, or if it's greater than $10,000, as pretty much all of our parcels are, a non-refundable deposit of $10,000 is due, and the rest within 30 days. And so then this is the addition to the terms and conditions that was added since it was printed. So this Right to pay taxes is a requirement of the MGA, which is why originally we didn't include it in our terms and conditions. But for public information, it is recommended for us to include it to inform any potential purchasers that any time or expense they may put into investigating potential properties might be negated if the taxes are paid before the auction is held, as we've already seen with that one property. So again, we currently had 21 properties that were intended to be auctioned, the 20 parking stalls and the 1 commercial property, which as mentioned will likely be dropping off shortly. The properties must be auctioned at market value, which forms the reserve bid. So these values are outlined in attachment 2, I believe it's page 112 of your agenda package. In order to determine these values, we did engage a third-party appraiser to determine the market value that will be used for those reserve bids. So the next portion is purely for informational and contextual purposes about the rest of the process. It doesn't necessarily relate directly to the recommendations at hand. But following the auction, all proceeds from the sale will go into a separate account. The first priority of any proceeds is remedial costs in the case of contaminated land, but then barring that, those proceeds go to our tax arrears and legal costs. And if the property is vested in the Crown, the money goes to the Minister of Treasury, Board and Finance. And otherwise, if there are no other secured debts, the former owner does have up till 10 years to make application through the courts to receive those surplus sale proceeds. If properties are not sold at the public auction, then we as the municipality have 3 options. The first is for a tax forfeiture title. So we would register a tax forfeiture instrument, which would permit us to rent, license, lease, or dispose of the property, again, as close as reasonably possible to market value, I should say, to recoup our taxes and arrears. The second is a clear title where we would deposit an amount equal to that reserve bid into a separate account, and then the title is clear for us to do with as we wish. The third option is to do nothing. Really, in my mind, that isn't a viable option in our case, as taxes would continue to accrue and we cannot dispose of the property or rent or lease it. So in conclusion, these are the revised recommendations, and I can pull up and attach one, the revision of attachment 1. It really is exactly what was included in the agenda package with just that additional language that I had highlighted. And I'm also happy to address any further questions at this time.
Thank you. So, in the years I've been on council, I don't remember there ever being a tax arrears sale property like this. So,
I totally agree.
yeah, it's surprising. Although for the most part, they're well, apparently it'll likely be that they're all parking spots, parking stalls. So, I guess that's more understandable if people don't care to use the parking stalls that they have. Anyways, it's just interesting observation. So just to be clear, then the property owner has up to 10 years to claim the proceeds of the sale after all of the associated costs have been. It's an interesting fact. I didn't know that either. So basically, everything's tied up with the town for 10 years, and then presumably the town could sell those properties off or try again. Or can the town try to sell them off at any time during the 10 years?
So following the auction, if properties remain unsold, then we have the ability to pursue one of those 3 courses of action I outlined. So under the tax forfeiture title option, we can still choose to rent or dispose of the property in another way, basically sell it another way, again, as reasonably close as possible to market value. And again, those proceeds would then sit should the previous owner make a claim towards them at some point, but we're made whole following that sale.
Okay. Arguably, if the town wanted to use the property, the town could do that?
That would be an option available. I don't necessarily think that we've identified a need for these parking stalls. So our first priority would just be to recoup the taxes and the we're owed.
Great. Pretty straightforward. Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. And thank you, Ms. Richardson, for your presentation. Have we already incurred expenses to bring this to this point?
We have, so there are, we have engaged a service a contractor to help us because this isn't a process we've dealt with before. We have a company that's helping us with this process. And so there are hard costs associated with that. Between now and the time of the auction, there are a number of advertising costs that are incurred. We need to advertise in the Alberta Gazette and locally. So we do incur costs related to this recovery process. Again, the MGA does allow us to recover those costs, like our tax and arrears through the process itself. So there aren't, these are recovered from the properties that are incurring those costs, not general expenses of the town.
And so the owners who may wish to settle with the town on these by paying their taxes, they would also be required to pay the expenses that we've incurred or some portion of them?
Correct. All the expenses incurred up until the time that that payment is received, at which time they would come out of this process.
Okay, thank you very much.
Are there other questions at this time from Ms. Richardson or her dog? Seeing none, thanks very much for bringing this report forward. And could you just share your screen again, since the wording has changed from the printed agenda that I have?
Yes.
Thank you.
I always forget the shortcut to share it from the current slide.
Oh, that's fine like that.
Okay.
Thanks. I can use that. So at this time, I'll move the council approve the 2021 tax recovery public auction be held on Wednesday, October the 6th, 2021 in council chambers, Canmore Civic Center, commencing at 10 a.m. And that council approve the terms and conditions of sale as outlined in the revised attachment 1. And that council set the reserve bids for all properties at fair market value as determined by an independent appraisal of each property outlined in attachment 2. So with the motion on the table, I'll certainly speak in support of this motion. As I noted in the discussion, it's first time in 17 years, I guess, that I've seen this happen in the town of Canmore, but there you have it. So there's a very clear process that the MGA sets out for municipalities in this situation, and we'll follow the process. I'm quite happy to support the motions. Other discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question then. Those in favor and opposed, motion's carried unanimously. So here's the question. The next item.
Yes, we'd like to take a break.
We haven't quite got to the question yet. So Ms. Rogers, the expectation is that this next item would take an hour to go through.
Correct.
Is administration and council prepared to take a 1 hour break now and resume, let's say at 38, well, in an hour? Does that work for everybody, or do people want to get half an hour of this item knocked off?
I guess I was actually asking Mayor Barman if we were going to take our morning break. Like, we haven't actually had our mid-morning by. No, we took a break so that, well, it wasn't, we didn't know when we were coming back or anything like that. We didn't know if it was going to take 5 or 20 minutes. So I'm asking about the morning bio break.
Ms. Cottle, what's your thought?
I think we could do whatever council likes. I think most of us, Councillor McCallum, use the morning break as a bio break. So if you need one now, we certainly can give you one. But we can do this. The schedule has us taking a meeting break at 1 o'clock after this policy item. So we do it, part of it now, do none of it now. It's really, are you ready for a break, Mayor Bauman? Prefer it now?
No, I'm good. But if Councillor McCallum needs bio break, we could give her 5 minutes.
That would be great.
Okay, then we'll do that. So and then we'll come back and review this report until 1 o'clock. Great, works for me. It appears as though everybody is back with us. Just before we get started on this item, I just wanted to get clear about next step regarding the repeal of the mask bylaw. I'm not too sure if public clearly understood what happened this morning, but the council can't go to a third reading of a bylaw without unanimous support from all of council to do so. And because we didn't have unanimous support, we have to wait till we can schedule another special meeting of council to give the bylaw a third reading. I'll work with the acting CAO over the lunch hour, and we'll schedule a date for third reading and share that when we return after the lunch break. And with that, I will ask Ms. Rogers to join in and bring us the policy review.
All right, thank you. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, if you want
The
to.
wrong one.
Right.
How's that?
Yep. Well, actually, there's something off to the right. We can see your speaking notes or something.
There we go. How's that?
That's good. Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mayor and members of council. We are a bit of a group effort today, reviewing some policies for update, and I'll just run you through a bit of background on how we got here, why we're recommending policies be both rescinded and updated. And then I'll have the managers for each of those policies give you a really quick high-level overview of the changes that have been made. So historically, policies at the town of Canmore included many procedural items, making necessary changes to how work was completed difficult and quite cumbersome. In 2017, council created, that was the previous council created a policy review working group, which created council policy direction and provide some guidance around how we should really clean up our policies to eliminate procedural items and keep policies at the strategic level, providing direction on what the rule is, but not on how these policies would be implemented. Included in those guidelines was a requirement that all policies be reviewed by council once per term, at which time council could accept the policy for information, vote on amendments proposed either by a member of council or by administration, or repeal the policy. On June 8th, administration conducted a workshop with council to do this policy review. And there were a number of policies that had not yet been reviewed during this term of council. Certainly the pandemic impacted administration's plan to bring policies forward throughout the term. And we really lost about 18 months of work in that area. And so that's really the reason why we have so many policies coming today. Okay. On June 8th, we had 4 categories of policies that we reviewed with council. There were a number of policies that had no change recommended, and so we won't be reviewing those again today. We had some policies that had some minor housekeeping changes and some with more substantial changes, and then also some policies that we're recommending be rescinded. Any updates that council requested at that working session have been included in the policies that are brought forward by your approval today. And I will start by going through the policies that we're recommending be rescinded, and then we'll turn it over to each manager to review those that have changes. So we have, and I can give you page numbers if that's helpful. Page 126 is the appropriate dispute of your agenda package, appropriate dispute resolution program. This is quite an old policy and really is quite procedural. Now that our town solicitor has started, we will ask him to review this policy and come back with an updated corporate directive, as we feel it really is an internal process. HR 005, the recruitment policy, which you can find on page 131 of your agenda package. We are again recommending that this policy be rescinded and replaced with a corporate directive. Recruiting is in principle an operational procedural item that takes place every day, and the items included within this policy really are very procedural in nature and would fit better within a corporate directive. On the planning and development side, we have a couple of policies that we're recommending be rescinded. The first being the occupancy and building condominium endorsement policy. You'll find that on page 134. The policy is not reflective of what our current operating procedure is, and the current process for building occupancy is documented and available on our website. And it's really very much a departmental process, not a policy item. The next is the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board refund policy, which you'll find on page 135 of your agenda package. We are suggesting here that we rescind this policy and update the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board bylaw so that we include any process or any items associated with SDAB within one bylaw rather than some items in a bylaw, some items in a policy. We did have included in the agenda package a policy that is from 2008, Three Sisters Resort Corps and Stewart Creek Commercial Village Municipal Reserves policy. We are pulling that item from today's discussion. We do need to have some further discussion on that internally, and we'll bring that back likely at a future meeting. So I will update for you, Mayor Borman, the motion. That's my last slide, so we'll have that one stricken from that slide. Okay. So then we move on to policies that require some changes. I will start with the sponsorship policy, some minor changes to this policy, which you can find on page 140 of the agenda package. Again, just really removing procedural items from the policy and keeping the policy statement in the policy. And I will turn things over at this point to Chelsea Richardson, our Manager of Finance, and she's got a few policies on the finance side to review with you. So Chelsea, take it away.
Thanks. So these are the 5 finance policies with recommended changes. The first 2, debt management and investment, have only minor changes to language and the policy approval respectively. The purchasing policy has several more significant changes, most notably around authorizations and spending limits. And the final 2, tangible capital assets and asset management were both full rewrites to reflect our current best practices and approach. So that was kind of the high level changes as to what was happening with our finance policies. And I believe Ms. Sauvé might be next with the HR policies.
Have we lost Ms. Sauvé? There she is.
I am here, sorry. I just will share my screen, but I cannot while you are sharing. Sorry.
Just a sec.
Okay. I'll try to be as brief as my cohorts. So as mentioned, I'll be reviewing just a summary of changes for human resources policies. The first policy actually isn't an HR policy. It is the Council Remuneration Policy, but the changes and amendments and topics of speaking are all related to HR policies, so it makes sense to speak to it in accordance with the HR grouping. So key changes to this policy were to incorporate all aspects of council remuneration into a single policy. Specifically moving language from the travel expenses and reimbursement policy and the benefits policy straight into this. So it doesn't change anything for council compensation, it just brings everything together into one place. The next change was to update the basic rate to reflect the current rate for council for 2021. So annually, council's rate is increased by the approved cost of living adjustment. That isn't reflected in the policy. So we're just updating the basic rate and per diem rates to the 2021 rates. And then there was also a conversation as we were reviewing this policy, whether or not we needed to recommend further changes to council compensation prior to the upcoming election. HR undertook a review of compensation data in a similar fashion to what we do for employees, targeting the 55th percentile. When we looked at the comparator data for Alberta, other similar Alberta communities, council's compensation and the mayor's compensation and our per diem rates were right on target for our 55th percentile. So no changes are recommended to council compensation at this time. The benefits policy, just a couple of key changes here. As mentioned previously, we transferred council benefits from the benefits policy into the council remuneration policy. I also just want to note here that there are some edits that were missed and will need to be amended prior to approval. So if you look at page 186 of your package under the section for benefits policies called participation and cost sharing, there's one lingering reference to elected officials, which will need to be removed. And then on the flip of that, on page 182, in section 25 of the council remuneration policy, there's a reference to employee group, which should also be deleted. So just a couple of edits there that we missed. The other big changes to this policy are to change the returning seasonal category into a temporary employee category, allowing the town to offer a healthcare spending account to our temporary employees. And we're amending the grid for the short-term disability, removing the reference to Employment Insurance Supplemental Unemployment Plan, or EI subplan for short, to applying only to caregiving benefits and adding a category for short-term disability, which allows us the space to shift to an insured short-term disability plan in the future. In the code of conduct, we're removing reference to independent contractors, and we'll be moving those expectations into contract templates with the help of our new town solicitor. He's very busy already. We've added a clause under personal conduct to clarify expectations around employee comments on public forums. And we've removed a section regarding employees running for office, as that information is included in other legislation. Under general holiday pay, we are recommending replacing Easter Monday with Truth and Reconciliation Day. This will amount to the same amount of holidays for town employees, but will support the town's commitment to truth and reconciliation, and will provide a day of observance similar to that of Remembrance Day for September 30th, which was previously known as Orange Shirt Day.
I'm sorry, could you point me to the page for this particular policy?
For general holiday pay.
It's 199.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
I haven't been flipping my sheets as we go. Yes, 199.
Great, thank you.
Okay. For the employee pay policy, no real changes recommended to the content of the policy other than to remove the procedural components that are included in advancement through the pay range and move those into a procedure. Under time away from work, two changes. One is really just editorial. It is to regroup the leave categories. So it's just a more efficient way of looking at it. It doesn't actually change the content. And then we are recommending adding sick time for part-time and temporary employees. As we've learned in support of a healthy workplace and to protect critical services, operations, and employees. We feel that sick time is a very important inclusion for our organization moving forward.
Can I interrupt with a question on that?
Sure can.
Just, and you may not have it off the top of your head, but you could probably make a pretty accurate guess. So when we add in temporary part-time employees, how many staff in general terms, over the course of a year would we be benefiting through this change?
So a best guess in terms of temporary and part-time employees we'd be adding sick time for maybe 30 people in total.
Okay. Thank you.
Or less even.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. For employment-related allowances and reimbursements, there are 3 key changes. One is to expand the policy to include all expenses and allowances. And as such, we are renaming the policy. It used to be called Travel Expenses and Reimbursement Policy. It's now being renamed to Employment-Related Allowances and Reimbursements. Includes all of the same things, but has added other expenses and allowances. And we've moved the content for elected officials into the council remuneration policy. And the drug and alcohol policy, this is the last one, just one key change, and that is to remove procedural components regarding reporting and investigation procedures and the disciplinary process. Those are all the changes for me.
Thank you.
All right, I will share my screen again, and then our Manager of Planning and Development, Lauren Miller, will review one remaining policy that requires change on the planning side.
Therese, sorry, I saw Councillor Sanford's hand go up just before you switched to my slide. So,
Councillor Sanford.
Do you want us to hold all our questions till the end?
No, if you have a question for Ms. Sauvé, you could go ahead and ask that now.
Yes, I had a question for Ms. Sauvé relating to the council remuneration policy. And there is a new clause in that policy. I'm looking at page 182 right now. And it's number 26, Employee and Family Assistance Program. The town will provide council and their dependent spouse and children with access to a confidential third-party employee and family assistance program at no cost to the council member. Since this is new, can you describe that for us? Because I'm not familiar with it.
Yeah, this is actually a benefit that we already have in place for all employees and council. It is provided through Homewood Health, and an employee and family assistance program is basically it's access to short-term counseling. When unexpected events occur in your life, you can pick up the phone and access a counselor. Homewood Health will also provide advice on budgeting and family management and child and elder care as well. There are lots of resources under this plan on a website as well for all employees and council to access.
Okay, so it's not, is psychological counseling included in this then?
It's not psychological counseling in the same way that's included in your benefits package, but it's a start. It's short-term counseling, so it's really for acute short-term issues. The psychological counseling included in the benefits package is really for ongoing long-term counseling and regular contact. Yep.
That's the one I'm familiar with. So I knew that that was already part of our benefits package, but I wasn't aware of this new one because it's now being included for council as well as staff. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And I did have a question for you regarding the code of conduct. Now I have to find it. And so that clause was removed.
What page are you on, Councillor?
Sorry, it's page 191. And I find it easier to look at the red line version because I know what's been changed and what's been added. So
yeah,
I can reconcile that with when I was looking at all these policies, because clean version to me wasn't as insightful as the red line version. And employees may exercise their right to run for office. That has been removed now. And so that is included in the Local Elections Authority Act.
That is correct.
Okay. Yeah. And the next clause is number 13. Employees are entitled to exercise their right to support and to be involved in political campaigns, provided they do so on their personal time and do not utilize town resources or town property. Okay, on the next page. So that is that all campaigns? Is that municipal, provincial, and federal?
Correct.
Okay. And so town staff are able to advocate for particular candidates in a municipal election. Okay.
They have the right to do so, but obviously, as per the new clause, we're really encouraging people to be mindful of the impact of their statements in public on their ability and the perception of their ability to do their work.
Right. And is that something that's enshrined in human rights? I mean, is that something that has to be reflected in this policy because it's something that is extended to all people?
I think what we're trying to clarify there is that employees are not able to use town resources or town property in support of a particular candidate. It really is separating employment and personal life. That's really the point of that clause.
Yeah, and I think there was a clause like that regarding council too, that council is not allowed, or people campaigning for municipal governance are not allowed to campaign on town property. So is this something equivalent for employees?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I just want
just a simple message. Don't start sending out campaign emails from your town email account.
Yeah. Or photocopying and stapling.
Uh-huh.
Correct.
Yeah.
All right.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Thanks.
Okay, so I will share my screen again, which, sorry, I'm trying to keep all of you on the screen so I can see who has a question. Makes this a bit difficult.
I'll look for hands up.
Okay,
Ms. Rogers,
perfect.
if you like.
Thank you. That's helpful. Thanks.
You focus on your presentation.
Okay. All right. I think I have to flip it again. How's that?
There you go. Perfect.
Okay, so turn it over to Lauren Miller, our Manager of Planning and Development, and she will review the changes that are being recommended to the perpetually affordable housing policy, which is on page 222 of your package.
Thanks, Reese. Good morning, Council. So before you is what was formerly our perpetual affordable housing policy. And we have made some housekeeping changes that we're proposing to you today, primarily driven by some recent changes in name. So as you're all aware, we no longer refer to this type of housing as perpetually affordable housing. It has now received a name change or branding change to Vital Homes. And so we needed to update the policy accordingly to match that change. As well, Canmore Community Housing Corporation is now referred to as Canmore Community Housing. And so we also needed to update the policy to remove references to CCHC and adjust it to just CCH. We've also made some changes with regard to the timing of the review of our build and price guidelines and the indexes that we will use as part of that review. And so those adjustments have also been reflected in the policy. And I'm not sure if Ms. Smithers would like to elaborate on that because she has been leading that work with BODA, if I've sufficiently covered those changes.
I think I would just add that the intent of the changes to the build and price guidelines were firstly to add some clarity and transparency to the process of developing and reviewing those build and price guidelines, and also just make sure that it's a process that's fair both for industry and for Canmore Community Housing and for the town. The other change that we made relates to instances where there may be exceptional circumstances that affect the cost of building and building materials. So we added in a clause to the policy that allows the general manager of municipal infrastructure to approve in-year adjustments if we're finding cost escalation goes well beyond what the building construction price index is for that year. So those were the two key things we attempted to address with those changes. Thanks, Ms. Miller.
Thank you.
And I'll note that administration received feedback from CCHC as well as VODA on this policy. So that's reassuring to see. And presumably both of those outfits are supportive of the policy that's being presented.
Yes, they are. They appreciate the clarity it brings to the structuring of those building plans.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Hillstadt has his hand up.
Councillor Hillstadt.
Thank you, Mayor Borman. I just noticed under number 6, Vital Home Reserves guidelines, they're still referenced, at least in the paper copy, to PAH. So that should just be probably corrected to Vital Homes. There's 3 spots, 6A, 6B, and 6E, all still, at least in my paper copy. So
Hawkeyes.
Thank you, Councillor Hillstadt. We can always count on you. So yes, those references should be Vital Homes.
Great. Any other questions this time? Seeing none, thanks very much, Ms. Miller.
So we'll turn it now over to Scott, our manager of recreation, and he'll run you through the facility allocation policy changes, which you can find beginning on page 229 of your package.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm getting good at sharing my screen after a number of months of it, but may as well check to ensure that everybody can see it.
Yeah, looks good.
Wonderful. So the facility allocation policy, as I'm sure you're aware, this policy provides administration with guidance when it comes to allocating our recreation facilities for various uses. I'm going to focus on the key recommendations, but I will preface that by saying even those are not intended to have a significant impact to the current approach and the current guidance provided by the policy document. When we look at the recommended changes, rather than speaking to each one of these, what I'd really like to do is to talk a little bit more about revising the definition of a resident group to include participants from Morley, and just identify that the reason for that recommended change is that it reflects the spirit of the recommendations in the 2017 Town of Canmore commitments to truth and reconciliation calls to action. And we'll see how that changes the way we allocate facilities here in a moment. And that we make it easier essentially to deal with residency in the policy by having a standalone criteria. In addition to that, provide a new definition for regional groups. And we'll talk a little bit more about what represents a regional group and how that interacts with a non-resident group. And so with that, I'm going to focus on that residency as an allocation criteria, since that is the primary change here. The new definition of resident group, the addition here is to include residents from Morley. MD of Bighorn residents were already identified as being classified as residents, and that has a lot to do with the I would say the rec levy and the intermunicipal collaboration framework that exists with the MD. With the understanding that the wider Bow Valley community also utilizes our recreation facilities, and applying some of the feedback that council provided. Also recommending that we have a new classification of a regional group. And essentially what that would do is include Banff and ID9 residents when calculating what represents a regional group. And that allows us to allocate or prioritize the allocation of facilities first to our resident groups, next to our regional groups, and then finally to our non-resident groups.
So do you mind if we interrupt with questions?
Please go ahead.
So in assessing, the 50% criteria, I don't know, how would you go about knowing for certain that 50% of the group is within these definitions?
It's a good question. So for our regular users, we do require those groups to provide us with a registration summary when we do our seasonal allocations. Now, oftentimes that summary is a year after, but it gives us a sense of what the general makeup of the group is. I've got an example of this on the next slide, if that might be helpful to answer.
Sure. Yeah, you bet. Thank you.
Good question. So this is an example of the types of a summary of the registration summaries that we get from our regular users, and this identifies as well the change in how different groups fall on the priority list. So, for example, Group 1 here has a high participation of individuals from Morley, and using our 2007 criteria under the user profile, they'd be essentially in a second in priority, and alongside those from say primarily Banff and ID9 group and groups from elsewhere, so whether it be Calgary, Cochrane, elsewhere in Alberta and or Canada. And so the new or the proposed criteria would essentially have this group in first priority, along with groups that are made up primarily of residents of Canmore, the MD of Bighorn. It allows us to differentiate groups that have have a majority of participants from Banff and ID9, as in the Group 3 example, where a group like that would receive a second priority when it comes to allocating facilities. And then further down the priority list would be groups that don't have a regional connection.
Can you think of any examples of that Group 4 category?
There are groups particularly that use our ice surfaces that come from, say, across Alberta. And I will identify as well that I'm speaking fairly in depth about one criteria, and there are other criteria that are also used and weighted, whether it be the past performance criteria or the economic benefit to the town criteria.
Right.
So I do just want to identify that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
If there's no questions on participant residency or no additional ones there, happy to take questions as to regarding any other aspect of the draft policy.
Great, thank you. Councillor Sanford.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Barman. Oh, we're at questions. Good. So how would you evaluate a group, Mr. McKay, that was a tournament? So a tournament where you invite people from out of the community. What would your weighting be for something like that? Because I know that, of course, the hockey teams bring in people from outside the community, but would that be 50% Canmore and 50% somewhere else if it was a tournament style of evaluation?
We do, when it comes to tournaments specifically, under the function profile, we do have a criteria specific to tournaments, as you say, which below town sponsored programs and community events. We'd prioritize local tournaments,
Okay.
games and practices, national and then provincial type events.
So that doesn't fall under the evaluation of percentages of who's using the ice. It's just the local group is hosting the tournament and that's how they're prioritized?
When it comes to residency, we would typically look at the residency of the group organizing. So if it's a minor sport organization, as an example, we would look at the residency of that group and then evaluate the activity which they're looking to utilize the facility for.
Okay. And when you're going to do these assessments, how long do you think this will take to evaluate prioritization? It sounds complicated, but maybe it's more streamlined than it sounds.
I would say that that it is more streamlined than it sounds. In something we've removed from this policy document is the matrix that we would use to evaluate different groups. We've removed it because it is really procedural. But if the draft policy is accepted, we'll edit that matrix and begin using it.
Okay, so probably the criteria become somewhat repetitive to apply because you're familiar with the organizations.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Are there other questions from members of council? Councillor Comfort says she wondered where the matrix went. Now she knows.
Oh.
Well, thanks for being here to present this this policy, Mr. Mackay.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
Okay, back to me. And so we are on to the motions, provided there are no other questions for any of the policies that we've had. And then I would just, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm just looking to see, are there any questions at this time? It's important for any members of the public that are watching this procedure to understand that we had a full workshop to review all of these policies and changes. So council has, what was it, 6 or more hours on reviewing these policies. So most of our questions, I think, were asked and answered at the workshop. I don't think there's any additional questions at this time. So thanks very much, Ms. Rogers and the other presenters. And did you say you had a revised motion to put on the share screen? Thank you.
Yep. A second, sorry, trying to keep it all straight. Too many buttons to click.
Right.
Okay. So again, the first motion was rescinding and we've removed that last item. Yeah.
Great. Okay, thank you. So I'll move the council rescind the following policies. EX 004 Appropriate Dispute Resolution Program, HR 005 Recruitment Policy, PD 006 Occupancy and Building Condominium Endorsement Policy, and PD 009 a Subdivision and Development Appeal Board Refund Policy. I just saw something from Councillor Comfort. No. Okay, is there discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? And opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. And I'll then move the council approves the following policies as amended. EX 003 Sponsorship Policy, Finance 003 Debt Management, Finance 004 Investment, Finance 006 Purchasing, Finance 008 Tangible Capital Asset Policy, Finance 009 Asset Management Policy. I don't think I need to read them all out. And the remainders that are showing on the screen. Is there a discussion on this motion? Councillor McCallum?
Thank you, Mayor Barman. I'm happy to support these changes. I just wanted to comment on the fact that I really appreciate that administration and council are taking the time once per term to take a good look at these policies and to make sure that they're updated. I remember in the last term that we did this, and it was, we spent quite a few hours. I believe it was Ms. Hyde and myself and Councillor Krausert at the time went through them all and spent a lot of time just realizing how many, some of these were quite old and out of date. So appreciate that we're updating these on a regular basis, and it really speaks to the due diligence that we're taking with regards to our policies.
Great. I guess I should have asked this question earlier, but oh well. So PD 008 is now called Vital Homes Policy. So we should, actually, the motion should be that we're approving PD 008 Vital Homes, I would think.
I think we've said the motion would approve the policies as amended, and the amendment is to change the name. So
okay.
I think we're okay unless municipal clerk would like to comment on that.
I'll give her a nanosecond, but
No, I agree with Ms. Rogers.
okay, perfect. Then back to the motion that's on the share screen to approve the following policies amended, and the list of policies. There's discussion on that motion. Seeing none, I'll call the question. Councillor Sanford.
Thank you. Seeing none doesn't mean there weren't any. So there we go. My hand was up, but it's hard to see the screen. I too will be happy to support these amendments, and the work that's been done on this. You know, it really shows that a lot of consideration was put into how we look at these policies, and it is important to look at them once per term. It's unfortunate that because of COVID, we had to stack them all up into one meeting, but I know that the administration has been working very hard on getting this ready for our review. And I think Councillor Comfort also said in her chat that she is happy to see this happening and happy to see it all come forward. And, you know, the kinds of things that we're dealing with are so wide reaching that it really is quite significant, the amount of work that's been put into this. And I'd be very happy to support it. And I'm very happy that administration has done the work and shared it with us. So thank you.
For the discussion on the motion, seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor and opposed, motion's carried unanimously. And was there a third motion? No. All right, that's it for that agenda item. So what have we got for timing? 5. If we have half an hour, we could keep rolling here. If council's good with that. Not too sure if the who's presenting the next item, which is I1. Is that Ms. Cottle?
I think it's Miss Smithers.
And maybe she's left the meeting. Her name's there. Ms. Smithers, are you still at the meeting?
She is.
I am. I'm working off of the draft agenda though, so you'll have to.
It's the Quarry Lake parking season pass for the MD verbal update.
Just a verbal update.
I do not have that. Okay, I will give it a verbal update though. So we are aware of a number of requests that have come from residents in the MD of Bighorn to look at expanding the Quarry Lake residential pass program to residents of the MD of Bighorn. We also understand that this recently came up in an intermunicipal committee meeting with the town of Canmore and the MD of Bighorn. Our thinking or our approach this season has really been to address known issues as they come up for residents of Canmore accessing the program. So that has been our focus at this time, and we continue to work through both issuing the residential parking permits for the Quarry Lake itself, and then the parking pass program for the adjacent neighborhoods. Since this is a pilot program and something that is new to the town, obviously there have been some unanticipated challenges and workloads that we've had to balance to make that happen. So our focus this year has been on making the program work for residents of Canmore as our primary focus. At the end of the season, it has been our intent to do a debrief and look at lessons learned. And certainly I think one of the things that would come up at that debrief is access for regional residents and what an ongoing program could look like for them. So what we are recommending then and what we'll be looking at is, as part of that debrief, considering access for residents of the MD of Bighorn, if there is a potential to look at some type of regional pass program, how that could be administered, and then we would take it from there. But at this point, just with the modeling that we've done to support the improvements we've made at Quarry Lake and some of the assumptions that we built into delivering the program, we just don't have the information or resource capacity at this time to look at growing the program beyond its current scope. But we do recognize that it is something that we can turn an eye to for future seasons.
Great, thank you for that. And it does speak to the conversation that occurred with the intermunicipal committee, and Councillor Mayor can also speak to that if she likes. But I think it's fair to say that the town of Canmore would like to be able to modify the parking pass program at Quarry Lake to consider some of our neighbors in the valley, and perhaps even if there is a seasonal pass that's made available in next year for regional residents, that might even extend to town of Banff residents. I don't know. I've certainly heard from a number of Banff residents who would like to have a pass system set up. But it's important to note that, as Ms. Smithers said, it is a trial program, and we're learning a lot about just administering the program within the town of Canmore. And I know there's wrinkles yet to make the program work well for all residents of Canmore. And so to sort of leapfrog ahead to addressing the desire of regional neighbors to acquire a pass would, I think, be jumping ahead of addressing the concerns from our own residents that are still unresolved. So I thank you to administration for taking this request at late in the day and considering whether or not that was a possibility to include a regional pass at this time. So I think right now we should be focusing on making the pass work for Canmore residents, and then as you say, doing a debrief afterwards and seeing if the program in total was valuable or worthwhile to the town of Canmore. So thanks for doing that work, Ms. Smithers. Councillor Comfort has a question, which I will read as soon as I see it. There are other questions from members of council while Councillor Comfort is typing. I don't know if Councillor Mara, you had anything to add to that overview?
No, I think you covered it.
So Councillor McCallum's question, or sorry, Councillor Comfort's question was, does the intermunicipal agreement cover outdoor facilities? No, it is for indoor facilities, and that's about all I know about the detail of that agreement. I'm not sure. So one of the challenges we would have if we looked at an extension of the residential permit program is we don't have the same data about residency for neighboring municipalities as we do for the town itself. So it could be a completely different system that we would have to develop to be able to effectively run a regional program. We just don't know enough about what that would entail, and we don't know. We know it would be additional resources. We just don't know at this point what those resources would be, because we have to take some time to research what the most effective and efficient method for delivering that pass program regionally could be. And it would also require coming back to council, because it's going beyond the scope I would suggest of what we had originally put forward. So no, it's not covered as an outdoor facility now. And I am not sure that that would be the most efficient solution either.
Yeah, just to add further detail, thank you, Ms. Smithers, but the rec services agreement that we have with the MD of Bighorn has quite specifically excluded indoor, I should say outdoor rec facilities. The MD of Bighorn Council has been very clear that they provide adequate outdoor rec facilities for their residents and taxpayers, and don't feel it's necessary to add those outdoor facilities into the rec services agreement. That was something that we had discussed as a possibility, but the MD of Bighorn representatives were interested in exploring the possibility of some sort of a regional pass system. So at this point, no, the rec services agreement as it's currently agreed is only covering contribution from taxpayers of the MD towards the operating costs of Elevation Place and the Canmore Rec Center. And Councillor Sanford, you had a question.
Yes, Mayor Barman, thank you, Ms. Smithers, for your information. At the end of the season, we should have an actual number of people that registered for parking at Quarry Lake. Is that correct?
Correct.
Because we're going through a Park Plus program. Do you have any idea the utilization rate of the parking lots?
I know on the busier work days or weekends, they've been at capacity. That's about all I could certainly get more detail. I did actually talk with Mr. Asarte just yesterday about having engineering and finance and bylaw work together to pull together kind of a year-end summary report for council, or season end, I should say. So after they've done a debrief, come back and share with council just some information on how that season went.
Yeah. So, because the parking pass itself that's registered for should be an easy metric to understand, but the utilization rate would require a bit more information. I don't know if you have the capacity to do that, that's all.
I would imagine we could pull some of it from the Park Plus data that we receive.
Okay, thanks very much.
And anecdotally, the parking lot is filled pretty quickly on many days, so I think utilization is pretty high. But we will get a full report at the end of the summer from administration on this program.
Mm-hmm.
There are other questions at this time then for Ms. Smithers? Seeing none, thanks for joining with short notice to speak to this issue. We have, I'm happy to keep going. We have a report from administration on the REST pilot program, if council's good to keep trucking along here.
You know, we also, I don't see Miss Brown at the meeting, but when we also have an in-camera item. So I guess I'm just concerned that we'll get into the hangry part of lunch if we keep going and wonder about the benefit of taking a lunch break.
I'm certainly ready for lunch, so happy to do that. I'll call a 1 hour break and we'll resume the meeting at 1:45, so an hour and 3 minutes.
Esme, did you want to leave and come back and we can practice just to see if it works? I can stand by. I see your thumb up. Let's see if we can hear you. Nope. If you go down to your, I'm just going to see your video settings. If we go to audio, I don't know if you're following along. I can't see you anymore. Okay. Do you know how to get to there? You can give me a thumbs up if not. Oh, here's something.
Did you hear me?
Yep. There we go.
There we go.
We're all set. Perfect.
Okay. So I'm just going to
Enjoy
leave
your
this
lunch.
on.
Yeah,
I'm not
don't
gonna
touch it.
log out. Don't touch anything. No, I won't.
All right. We'll see you in an hour, Esme.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem. Bye-bye.
Sarah, you might want to mute your microphone.
I guess.
I'm just testing my mic.
Well, look at that. It's working. Yippee. Excellent.
Just when I was getting you ready just when I was getting used to sign language.
You're right. Yeah, no, I think the mic works a lot better.
Yeah.
And as soon as Councillor McCallum joins in, we'll reconvene the meeting. There she is. Okay, with that, I will call the meeting back to order. I think. Is administration there?
We are. Yes, we are.
Okay, perfect. We'll call the meeting back to order then and move on to item J1, which is an evaluation on the resident emergency shelter or REST pilot program. Ms. Brown.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. I'm
Oh.
here today with Ms. Rode to present on the REST pilot program and evaluation. The REST program is Canmore's first cold weather, low barrier emergency shelter. As you're aware, the town of Canmore is an active member of the Homeless to Housing Coalition, or H2HC. This coalition is an intermunicipal, interagency group that works to create supports and services for individuals who are experiencing homelessness or housing insecurity. Since 2018, H2HC, in partnership with Rural Development Network, has surveyed the Bow Valley residents to understand who in our community are experiencing housing insecurity and what housing insecurity looks like. With this data in hand, in November 2020, the town of Canmore led an H2HC working group discussion. And through this discussion, we heard that there is a need for additional housing support, that there are agencies in the Bow Valley that would support these types of services, and that there was a potential space at St. Michael's Anglican Church for an emergency MAP program. As a result of this discussion and the work that H2HC has done understanding and identifying needs, H2HC was well positioned to pilot an emergency MAP program. In December of 2020, the Rural Development Network released a call for proposals for programs that support individuals who are in rural communities and in need of emergency shelter. The town of Canmore applied as fiscal agent for H2HC and was awarded $57,000 in funding, which was later increased to $67,000. On a side note, the town was ranked one of the highest proposals. As a result of this RDN funding, the REST program pilot began. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Rode, the REST program manager, who will share with you details about the pilot and the evaluation. We ask that you hold your questions to the end of the presentation. Welcome, Ms. Rode.
Good afternoon, Ms. Rode. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me, and thank you, Ms. Brown, for the introduction. I know that we have some timelines here, so I'll jump right into sharing my screen, if that's all right with everyone, and please let me know if we have any technical difficulties. I'm going to do this. Go. Okay. There we go. Can everybody see that?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Everybody
Thank
don't
you.
have to see yourselves.
Yeah.
I wanted to just first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to present in partnership with Ms. Brown on the REST program. I'm very excited to be here today and representing a wonderful team, and excited to share an update with you about our program. I would like to start most importantly with a land acknowledgement that the REST program is located within Treaty 7 territory, traditional territories, and home of the Stoney Nakoda, Blackfoot, Tsuut'ina Nation, as well as Region 3 Métis Nation. I am grateful to have the opportunity to work in their territory, and I commit to the work of reconciliation. We acknowledge all nations, Indigenous and non, who live, work, and play, and help us steward this land and honor and celebrate this territory. A little bit about the REST program. Many of you may have heard some of these points already, but I'll start with a high-level introduction here. The REST program is an overnight shelter for people in our community experiencing homelessness. We opened our doors on March 1st and closed the pilot program on April the 11th. It operated as an emergency hostel and hotel program as well in February and after April 11th. This came out of necessity. As you may recall, we had an unbelievable cold snap in February before we opened. And this team quickly pulled together to be able to work with 2 local hotels and hostels to provide housing so that we could make sure that everybody was safe. And at that point, we had a number of calls on that really frigid week that we had. The pilot program was designed to better understand the need in the Bow Valley, and we are proud to report it was the first program of its kind in Canmore. It was a highly collaborative project with the Bow Valley Homeless to Housing Coalition, also known as H2HC. I'm sure you're all familiar with that amazing group, St. Michael's Anglican Church, and of course the town of Canmore. The REST program pilot included 5 beds located in St. Michael's Anglican Church. We are incredibly grateful to the church for stepping up and allowing us to have that space and for opening their doors to us so that we could make sure that we could provide shelter to those in need in our community. The hours for the program were from 9 p.m. to 7 a.m. each night for the pilot from March 1st until April 11th. We originally to be open until March 31st. However, due to need and the weather, we extended that slightly. We also were able to receive some additional funding, which made a big difference. We had a security company doing regular check-ins with our team to make sure that everybody felt safe, including the neighbors. I will talk a little bit more about that later on, but that was definitely something that we wanted to reassure the neighbors with. It was a low barrier shelter, meaning mainly that there was no ID required, and it operated on a housing first model. And we definitely had policies and procedures, as you saw in the appendices. However, we wanted to make sure that the first priority was to provide shelter for individuals. The program, of course, adhered to provincial COVID-19 shelter requirements, and we worked closely with AHS on that, and the BizConnect document was a huge help. Key partners and funders, there were a lot, and they were definitely the key to the success of this program. St. Michael's Anglican Church, as I've mentioned, they also provided quite a bit of support and reduced rent on that space. The town of Canmore offered a number of different levels of support, probably too long to list today, but definitely that having the town of Canmore as a fiscal agent, being able to work with Bylaw, with FCSS, huge help. YWCA Banff, they were a big support as well, providing us expertise, supplies, and of course, referrals back and forth. We worked very closely with them. H2HC, lots of support there. The RCMP, local hospitals for referrals and advice as we went forward. And other shelters were a big part of this too as well, so that we could learn from their MAP programs as well as utilize their policies and procedures. And that was a big reason we were able to open March 1st. The REST program funders, these are our key funders. The Rural Development Network, as Ms. Brown mentioned, RDN, we received a Reaching Home federal grant, which was really our key operating funding. The Banff Canmore Community Foundation is a big support as well, and was a big part of the reason we were able to do this evaluation and continue over the summer to do some planning. Bow Valley Christmas Spirit campaign came through for us to allow some extra supports for guests and basic needs such as food and showers. And we also had some private donors come through with the community. Local businesses donated items, probably too many to mention here, but lots of support. Well, I won't read each one of these individuals and groups here and businesses, but I just wanted you to see this screen because this is some of our partners, and there is a list in that evaluation document that you've seen. I also added some more on after the evaluation, and this was key and came together very quickly. So we had a lot of support in the community. A little bit about the need in the Bow Valley. The REST program was developed to serve an existing need in the community. We really wanted to better understand the need for the emergency shelter, if at all. And it seemed that the need for affordable housing was well defined, but RDN has been doing a lot of research in partnership with the town of Canmore, town of Banff, H2HC, the YWCA Banff about the need for emergency shelter. And we seem to have limited information regarding the need for emergency housing, and that was part of the reason the REST program was formed. COVID-19 has definitely made things more difficult for individuals already struggling with food insecurity and shelter, and that definitely expedited things for the REST program. As some of you, probably all of you, will have heard from presentations from H2HC and from Ms. Eichelboom, there is an issue of hidden homelessness in the Bow Valley, and this is common in rural communities. Smaller communities, there tends to be less of what you would see maybe in a big center, but more overcrowding, couch surfing, camping, sleeping rough, vehicle dwelling, and escaping domestic violence. Homelessness in the Bow Valley is something that definitely is being further researched. And these are just a couple of the studies that have really helped formulate and guide the program. In 2018, RDN, then ARDN, now RDN, did a study, and 85 out of 105 respondents felt their housing was unstable. 29 had reported that within the past week, they had lived in a motel or hotel, shelter, vehicle, an abandoned building. They had camped, or they had no shelter or couch surfed. The most recent study that data has been shared on is the 2020 RDN report, the Rural Housing and Service Needs Estimation, and at least 145 individuals within the Bow Valley who are living in insecure housing were that is what came out of that report, and it was quite staggering. Of these individuals, the 145, 45 reported within the last month they have lived in a shelter, slept rough, or couch surf. Current supports available in the Bow Valley include the YWCA Banff, the Bow Valley Regional Housing Group, Canmore Community Housing, Banff Housing Corporation, Eagles Nest Stony Family Shelter, and we also have, as you know, food insecurity initiatives, which are amazing, and mental health initiatives, which are also huge support. This is just a fun couple of photos. One of our team on the right, they've given me permission to share that photo, holding some blankets that were donated from Alberta's Own and Heartprint Threads. And on the left, we have an amazing and dedicated volunteer, who I won't name because she... A little bit about impact. The 2021 REST program pilot connected with 22 individuals in need of shelter. 17 of these individuals stayed as a guest, either at St. Michael's Anglican Church or through the hotel hostel program. 3 individuals, so this is out of those 22, were referred to the YWCA Banff, including a woman who was fleeing domestic violence. And I can tell you, I was involved with part of that call, and it was pretty heartwarming to see what this woman was going through. So I'm very grateful that we had the support of the YWCA Banff on that, and that she felt comfortable calling us. 2 other individuals were able to find alternative accommodation. In total, the REST team provided 104 safe, warm nights to individuals. What was really interesting is we had thought the correlation between weather and guests would be quite strong. However, as you see from the graph in the evaluation, other than the really cold snap in February, that wasn't the case. So we had some colder nights in March, and our team fully expected to be busy, and it wasn't as busy those nights, but on other nights it was. So it was interesting to see what some of our assumptions were and what the actual outcome was. And of the 17 individuals who found shelter to the REST program, the majority, 13 of them, either identified or presented as men. And again, we didn't ask ID, we didn't ask a lot of personal questions. So this is a bit of assumption on my part based on what individuals shared with us. But we did see that the biggest need was to support single men in our community. A bit about our financial impact. 100% of supplies were locally sourced. We did that intentionally. We wanted to support local businesses, especially with this past year. We worked very closely with them, and we were able to promote some local businesses, get some discounts, and really maximize those relationships so that it was a benefit to both parties. The total cost of the pilot program, I want to note this includes the evaluation and the work we were doing over the summer, just over $72,000. The largest expense was our dedicated shelter staff team, and some of that was how we manage the staffing, and that's something that we can talk about as well. It is important to factor when we look at these costs that there are cost savings to other providers. For example, studies across Canada have shown that for every dollar that is spent on the housing first model, which tends to be more long-term housing than shelter, but this can be applied to other areas of housing. For every dollar spent, there's approximately $2 of savings to the public system. The staffing model, the total hours paid for the coordinators was 1,140. Coordinators would stay until 5 a.m. for the pilot and go home if there were no guests. We wanted to do this so that we could see if people were indeed coming at 2 a.m. We didn't find a lot of that. Coordinators would accept referrals, self-referral until 11 p.m. And after 11 p.m., it would be our CMP, hospital, Spillett Security, or the YWCA Banff who could provide referrals. The shelter coordinators worked 2 coordinators per shift and 2 shifts each night. That was something that we designed as far as the work alone policy and safety for our coordinators and of course for our guests and neighbors. Our volunteer hours were higher than we expected. We had 160 volunteer hours. We did not have any overnight shifts managed by volunteers. It is something we're looking at. That was based largely on feedback from other shelters as far as consistency around staffing and making sure that when somebody came literally out of the woods and freezing and walked over to the shelter that we had full staff there. Volunteers helped with the setup of the program planning, grant writing, hygiene bag, etc. And we are really grateful for our volunteers and also for our dedicated shelter coordinators. Additional paid hours included our program director, Mr. Krausert, and myself, program manager. So a little bit about our successes and challenges for the MAP program specifically. So this is not the hotel nights, this is at the church. We provided shelter to individuals experiencing homelessness in our community. That was our key goal. We helped individuals connect to other services and supports. We raised awareness of the issue of homelessness in our community. We had initially concerns for sure from neighbors especially about what type of shelter there would be there, who would be staying there. However, we had no complaints raised from the neighbors once the program opened. We checked in regularly with the church, checked in with the neighbors. We had no noise or safety complaints. And we developed a strong partnership with the church. Some of the challenges were overnight staffing in a pandemic. We had staff that worked multiple jobs, had to isolate, things like that. We did, I want to clarify though that we did not have any outbreaks at the shelter or any cases come out of the shelter at all. We had, I would consider it higher staffing costs. That was a pilot program that we fully staffed and we may look at how we do that going forward. There were some stereotypes around shelter users or guests. So, this is a new program and I think that's understandable is that people don't know who's going to be staying there in their community and it's new. So we had a lot of conversations with neighbors about that. Getting the word out to potential guests. This was hard because they're not often on Facebook, maybe don't have phones, and that became a real challenge. So we used word of mouth and that seemed to be effective, along with some other outreach strategies. Overcoming the shelter stigma. So this actually has more to do with past experiences of guests staying in shelters, maybe in a bigger city center, and some of the negative experiences they've had. And so it took them a little bit of a time to maybe feel comfortable coming into the rest shelter. We do need, I think, going forward, and I think this is something that's come out of the research, not just my view, but we do need additional services on site. So showers, food, laundry, that type of thing. The church space, it's a beautiful space and we're grateful for the church. However, especially for our Indigenous guests, it may be difficult for those who've experienced trauma. Hours, so we were closed at 7 a.m. in the morning and it's cold in March at 7 a.m. in the morning and it's dark. So that was a little bit of a challenge, is where do people go during the day, especially during COVID. The libraries were closed. We did partner with FCSS with the warming center and that was helpful. That definitely helped in the afternoon. The open space concept at the church was also a little bit of a challenge. We didn't have any incidents. However, we did have a couple of nights where we had a single female guest staying with 2 or 3 men in the room. And it just comes down to comfort more so than anything. And, individuals with different backgrounds. So that open space doesn't allow a lot of privacy for guests. Successes and challenges of the hotel program. This was where we had individuals staying in February and also after April 11th. This was great because it allowed us to try something else out to see how that model would work. That space was available later in the day. Guests could stay in the hotel. That was great. Partnered with 2 local hotels and hostels, and we were able to book rooms when they weren't that busy, which was a benefit to them. Showers and laundry on site, and it's a neutral private space. Some of the challenges were that there were some stereotypes around shelter users or guests, again, and that has to do with other guests in the hotel, neighbors, things like that. Communication was challenging without the shelter staff on site. Safety checks are difficult, so we do go in and check on guests throughout the night, make sure they're doing okay, see if they need anything, and that was really challenging with the hotel. We weren't able to do that. Higher costs for sure if we have more than 1 or 2 rooms, especially as availability and pricing may change as tourism increases. The hotel hostel program also may not be suitable for all guests. And occasionally we did have a challenge with shared space, especially at the hostel with other guests. Limited ability to refer to other supports in the community, and the party hostel atmosphere in some of the hostels was really not suitable for all guests, especially if they were struggling with addiction. A little bit about our community communication and engagement and outreach. Actually, we did quite a bit of that. So I won't go through the full communication plan. You have that in your appendices, but I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about that. But we did develop a very thoughtful communication plan, and we rolled that out in a way that we tried to include the neighbors first. We tried to go through social media, newspaper, radio interviews, and really focus on one-on-one discussions for those who may not be on social media or may not be on email, things like that. So we also handed out, we had our online survey, we handed out letters and surveys to all of the neighbors surrounding the church. Here's a little bit about what we heard. There were 112 responses to the survey, and it was a very diverse group of respondents, which was really great. Over 85% of respondents felt that a community map program is needed in Canmore. Less than 6% of respondents felt that a community map program is not needed in Canmore. And I want to point out of that 6%, about 3% actually felt that it was needed on cold nights, but not any other nights. 23% of those respondents felt that it should be for winter only. 63%, which was higher than we anticipated, felt that it was needed all year round. And I want to, say from a personal point of view, I'm still getting calls on the rest phone for shelter. So there is still that need out there. 82% felt that the rest program was a benefit to their community. And the majority of community members we heard from were supportive, which was great. A little bit about feedback. I'll kind of go through these quickly. I don't want to go over time, but definitely we were hearing that more community engagement is needed. The neighbors would like, wherever we end up, whether it's a church or somewhere else, would like more communication and would like to be involved earlier in the process. Some neighbors were definitely initially opposed to having the program there at the church. It would be good to have a 24-hour space, especially in the winter. The open space, as I discussed, was a bit of a challenge for some. Central location is very important, so we don't want to have people who are on foot walking out to an industrial area. And that goes, I think, for any affordable housing. Food insecurity was an issue. So this was a bit of a surprise to me, I have to say, that people would come in and we'd open at, our doors at 9, and I was down a couple of nights with the coordinators, and people would have come in and maybe not have eaten for 24 hours. So we had snacks and on site, and we quickly pivoted and realized that we needed to have actually meals on site and something more substantial. And there are limited options, as we know, in the Bow Valley, especially for men. Respect is important, confidentiality, making sure that our guests feel valued and respected. Limited options for more permanent housing. So where do people go after they've been in the shelter? Where is there transitional housing? Partnering with the YWC, BAMF on that, but there are limits to that. So definitely in Canmore, there was a need highlighted through this. We want to make sure that we create a culturally appropriate space at the program. We have connected with an Indigenous advisor, and training and expertise on key issues is needed if we proceed. Addiction, mental health issues are on the rise, especially with COVID. And we saw a wide range of gender diversity, which was really good for us to have those conversations with guests about what they needed as far as gender neutral bathrooms, things like that. And our Indigenous advisor really wanted to bring out that there was a large population of Two-Spirit people in the community, and we need to be mindful of that. Some options and recommendations. The pilot program demonstrated a strong need for a low barrier MAP program in our community. It is evident that an issue with hidden homelessness exists in our community, and we need a longer term solution. We recommend that a winter MAP program operate again this winter, and we can take a look at what that looks like longer term. Rest, we have decided will become its own nonprofit organization, and we're working on that application, and it will focus solely on individuals who need support, who are without shelter. Space, so this is our biggest focus right now, along with funding. We are currently exploring potential options and costs for a MAP program for this winter. So I'll share the next slide a little bit about that and about some options. We are working with community members to explore options and find the most appropriate space. We want to make sure that we're welcome in any space that we would look at going to. And we welcome any insight that any community member may have on this. So here's some potential options. I won't read everything, but we're looking at, we have not had any long-term conversations with St. Michael's Anglican Church, but we were there before, and that's one option we're looking at is, do we start looking at running again this winter. What does that look like? We have good relationship with them. There's no showers or laundry on site, but it is a nice warm space. There's some things that we would maybe be able to mitigate this time if we were accepted back in. We would obviously need to work with the neighbors on that. And the second option there was, do we look at coordinating a hotel program with the rest team members supporting on site, which would help mitigate some of the risk and the communication issues. You know, the staffing costs would be reduced. It's a warm space. They would have showers, privacy, but it's really not appropriate for many guests. And the hotel space is more costly, especially if we look at booking more than 1 or 2 rooms. And safety is difficult for our guests and for our staff. The third option is seeking partnership with another facility that could support a MAP program. This is something we're looking at and exploring different options. We may be able to find a space, a more private space with showers. However, as we all know, there is limited available space within the Bow Valley. So nothing's solidified yet. Next steps will be additional community engagement, exploring options for space. Also, we're creating a fund development plan. We need to make sure that we have sustainable funding. We were really grateful to receive the funding we had. However, that was for the pilot program. So we are looking at options for this coming winter. Continued conversations with all stakeholders. And then here's a little bit about our contact information. You can find us on Facebook. I know some of the counselors follow us, which is great. We try to post updates on there. And there's the phone number. And I just want to point out that, you know, there's a lot of stats in here, but these are individuals who I feel without the pilot program, without our dedicated team and our volunteers, it might have been a very tough winter. And especially with that cold snap. So I'm really grateful that we were open. And these are individuals in our community, individuals who have found themselves in our community in need of shelter. And it's important, I feel, that we continue to support them. We are incredibly grateful for the support of the community members, funders, donors, volunteers, team members, and most importantly to our guests for trusting our team and helping us better understand the issue of homelessness in our community. Thank you for your time. And with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Brown, who's going to talk a little bit about the town of Canmore's role.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Rode. So Ms. Rode shared with you some details about the pilot and the evaluation, but when looking at next steps, what is the town of Canmore's role? So next slide. So to answer this question, I'll go a bit off track, but I will come back. As you know, social issues are complex, and my department, Community Social Development, works with community partners to understand needs and gaps and create programs that manage these gaps, either directly through services or indirectly through partnership. So to manage this complexity, my department focuses on 3 areas of work: prevention-based programs, and these are programs that build resilience, such as the Neighborhood Block Party program or our Toys Together Social Connection program. Safety social net programs, which are programs that are not designed to deal with a crisis, but without these programs, there can be undue stress, which in some circumstances may lead to a crisis. So example is our sleep consultation program or Meals on Wheels program. And lastly, intervention programs. And these are programs that provide support to individuals who are in crisis. And although my department does not directly provide intervention services, we work with community partners to create and maintain services that do provide intervention support. So our work with the REST program is an example of this. Next slide. So what is the town of Canmore's role in the REST program going forward? Well, we can continue to support data collection through the RDN estimation survey, so we can understand the needs of our community. We will continue to assess community through our work such as the Canmore Community Monitoring Report, or by supporting community partners with their assessments, such as the Housing Needs Assessment, or by bringing community together. For example, we co-host the Bow Valley Interagency Meeting. We will help H2HC and the REST program evaluate community needs based on our experience and qualitative information that we have gained through service delivery and through community discussions. And we will support the development of this community resource by providing feedback on next steps, by temporarily filling gaps when needed, by supporting the program with becoming sustainable and autonomous. The next slide. And with that, I will end my presentation. Thank you for your time. Can we answer any questions?
Yes, thanks very much, both of you. That was a really comprehensive overview of the program. And I think it's great that the town of Canmore was involved in supporting the program. It was really important. Ms. Rhodes, you mentioned a couple of things I was curious about. You mentioned during your report regarding single female guests with male guests presenting some level of problem or difficulty. What sort of options have you considered to address that concern?
That's a very good question, Mayor Borman. We worked really closely with the YWCA BAM. So especially in the instance where there was a woman fleeing domestic violence, we didn't feel that we had the security, the setup at the church to be able to support that individual. So she was referred to the YWCA BAM. And a number of our female guests were referred. Now, sometimes things are full or sometimes it's not the right fit for the program. Sometimes individuals don't have ID and aren't able to confirm their identity, which means they wouldn't necessarily be able to go to the Y. And so we would find a space in the room. And this is what we did with the one individual is we had our staff talk to her, make sure she was comfortable and have her within a line of sight within the shared space. And then kind of structure the room a little bit differently. So the other option that we had talked about if it came up was to be able to have an individual, a female, go to a hotel room. And that would be something that we would pull out of our hotel costs, especially if we'd come close to capacity. We had a female, guest traveling on their own. That would be something that we would look at for sure. So there were a couple of options. It's, I'll say it's not ideal, but I think it's better than sleeping outside. And our shelter coordinators really built a lot of trust and made sure that they could support the guests.
Great. Yeah, so the solution that you just described for the experience this year worked well. And there was always somebody on site, a member of the team, right?
Yeah, there was always, and that was a decision that we made as a team, was there were always two coordinators. So in this situation, we had a couple of coordinators who had to isolate based on exposure elsewhere. We shut the program down. We had one or two coordinators for a couple of hours, and they would refer to a hostel instead of having half staff for the evening. That was also to protect the guests. So if there are 3-4 guests in there and you have one coordinator, it's better for the guests as well that we have two staff on site. So I from what we hear from the lived experience interviews we did and from the on-site discussions with our guests, they felt comfortable. And a number of them came back. So for me, that's enough to, see too, that they felt comfortable with our space and our staff.
That's great. One other thing you mentioned in your presentation was the opportunity, the benefit of the opportunity if we could find a 24-hour space in winter. And similar curiosity on my part is, are there any solutions that you've considered or?
Well, that's an interesting question, and I may bring Ms. Brown in at some point here, but I think there's been some ideas tossed around, and I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but I think that there are, there are hotels that we may look at partnering with. That may not be the best solution. There are maybe facilities that we could look at using, and some of these options have been explored by H2HE, but maybe now's the time. Maybe with the awareness, we can look at a building that has showers that is maybe a little bit more available during the day, so that we're not having guests get up at 7 a.m. And move along, so there are definitely some ideas. Are we there yet? I don't think so. I think that's a bigger discussion. We also had some neighbors come forward and community members and donate coffee money for coffee carts. And so we were able to actually say, here's a card to Beamers if you want to go just 3 blocks away and warm up and get a coffee. So able to mitigate some of it, but I would love to see this personally, longer hours.
Well, we're taking small steps to get where we know we need to get. So that's good. It's better than not trying to do anything. I had a question for Ms. Brown regarding I printed the report in the package. On the 3rd page of the report, you have the summary of total expenses, and those are expenses outside of town of Canmore expenses. Is that correct?
That's right. Those are expenses outside of the town of Canmore. This is how we spent the grant and in-kind funding.
Great. So you noted in your report that the town contributed a significant administration time. I expect you track that. Is what sort of what are we looking at in terms of the commitment for the staff from the town this past winter?
So there was a significant commitment, especially as we were starting to launch the program. And that commitment, I don't think would be needed again, because a lot of work was needed with policy development and just making sure that we were able to abide by the grant, that we were following the grant policies. And the other major part of work was writing the evaluation, as well as making sure that we were reporting to the grant. So I'm hoping that as part of our work, if we would like to do is really focus on that community development and help build that sustainable program. So Ms. Road is looking at exploring becoming a nonprofit. That would take a lot of the emphasis away from the town as fiscal agent, and then we would move to more of a collaborative supportive model. So making sure that we can give good information, give good quality data, and also help with guiding and feedback. Instead of the role that we did take was really that community initiative role, where we were helping support the startup of that this program. We really pulled together some partners. We were the fiscal agent.
Great. Well, I look forward to seeing where the BREST program goes this next winter. Councillor Comfort, do you have a question?
I do. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You can. Yay. So I just have a question about the H2HC. That's a number of organizations, is it not? It's sort of an umbrella for a number of agencies and so forth. I just wondered if you'd had any luck in drawing the Catholic Church into that umbrella of organizations. Because they had told us at one time they were setting up a program, or they planned to set up a program to address homelessness in the valley. And I just wondered where that's going, if you knew at all.
Maybe I'll defer that. I have personally left a voicemail for the Catholic Church around space, and we're calling all the churches and checking on what options are available. And we've been playing a bit of phone tag, but maybe as far as the H2HC question, Ms. Brown, do you feel comfortable taking that one?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Road, and thank you, Councillor Comfort. We always invite them. They're always invited to the table, and originally they were just setting up their church, so we're unable at that point to join the conversation, and we'll keep inviting them to the table as well.
I also wondered, and I guess it's a question for the church itself, they have a very big parking lot there. And I wondered if some of the folks that were housed in vehicles might be able to take advantage of that in the wintertime, but I guess that's a question better answered for the church. Maybe we can get them to come and do a presentation for us, a delegation perhaps.
We did invite them to the Safe Park program as well, and they did let us know that they weren't able to participate this year.
Okay, thank you.
Looking to council for other questions, comments, discussion. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. Thank you, Ms. Roeder and Ms. Brown, for coming to present. I really enjoyed the presentation and the written material you provided, council, and I actually wanted to say how robust I felt the procedural handbook was, which provided a lot of structured response to any issues or concerns that come up for the program managers and the staff, as well as the volunteers. So I know that that's more operational, but I appreciate you sharing that with us. I have two questions. I'm curious about some of the needs of the clientele. I heard the term ID brought up, or a lack of ID brought up a couple of times. And I'm wondering if there was any exploration, or if there was any questions from clientele about the ability to have some sort of ID storage program. I've seen it happen in other communities, in particular Vancouver, and I believe in Nelson, where a nonprofit, a trusted nonprofit, or maybe FCSS, the town, whatever, has the ability to secure identification for people who are experiencing homelessness in case they are robbed or they lose their things. I was wondering if that's something that was brought up at all, or something that might be helpful to those that don't have identification right now.
Thank you for that. That is a wonderful idea. I was just writing down some notes as you were speaking, actually. So that's fantastic, Councillor McCallum. And we had worked as best we could with, say, the hospital or the RCMP to see if individuals could be ID'd if they were going to be coming either to our program or most specifically the Y. It's something, we can look at. I don't know what the setup would look like that, but it's an option. And I do think it's, having worked in housing for a number of years, and it can be a barrier because a lot of programs do require ID, and for good reason. If you have individuals who are fleeing domestic violence, you want to make sure that the individual coming in the door is safe for that person. But it is designed as a low barrier shelter, and we wanted to provide autonomy as well in case individuals weren't comfortable. But Ms. Brown, I don't know, maybe if, having been with this group in H2HC longer than myself, maybe, did you have any additional thoughts?
I do. Thank you very much, Councillor McCallum, for your question. So we've explored through FCSS ideas of getting ID, and we've started the conversation with provincial government several times, and then a pandemic would hit, so we kind of stalled the conversation. So I think we do need to start that conversation again. As for storing ID, that comes with some added complications. So you have to have very strong, clear policies of what ID you can store and how long you'll store it for, and when you start getting rid of that ID. Because what can end up happening is that you can be the keeper of somebody's information for 5, 10 years. And you put yourself at a bit of risk if you don't have a good disposition, a way to get rid of a way to pass that information on. So it's not something that is undoable. It's just something that needs a lot of procedures behind it.
Of course, I can imagine. I did a homelessness and housing conference several years ago, and we toured a Indigenous facility in the downtown east side, and a lot of the clientele there had the opportunity to store their ID with this nonprofit. I'm sure they had to jump through all the hoops as well that you're speaking of, but I just it's hard. It's hard to get. And, like even people who are housed, when we lose our wallets, it's like, wow. So you can imagine if you have very little, how even more devastating that could be. The other thing I noticed that they also had, which may be less needed now, is they had a telephone drop box where people could leave messages for people if they did have a cell phone or didn't have access to payphone. And I'm trying to think if there was actually mail. So mail security is a real problem for people who are experiencing homelessness. As you know, you can get a you can get a PO box at a great expense. I believe it's almost $200 a year. And you can go general delivery. I believe you receive a few weeks or maybe a month gratis. And then after that, you have to pay for your general delivery. So the opportunity to have mail security is also something I have read is a concern. And I'm guessing that probably wasn't one of the questions that you folks were asking this first time around, but it might be something that there is a need for moving forward. The other question I had, and these are just ideas I'm sharing. The other question I guess I had was how, again, speaking to the concerns around ID, did we have the ability to help, or do we have the ability now that the shelter is closed seasonally or the MAP program is closed seasonally to help these clients get a vaccination and or information around vaccination so that they can have some of their questions answered personally with a healthcare professional? I'm wondering if these are services that are available to these clients moving forward because they're an at-risk population.
So these are all
question.
Yeah, no, it's good. I'm writing down as you're speaking. These are all very good points and questions, Councillor McCallum. All of this came up, and when people don't have an address, they can't apply for things like AISH, but they can't get a home until they have AISH. So it's really just this vicious circle that we just kind of go, how do we help and support?
You can't get a vaccination without a health card.
Yeah. So we did get a call from HS actually once the shelter was closed, and we connected them with the YWCA BAMP, and they did do an on-site vaccination there for clinic for staff. And I believe for, don't quote me on this, but for some of their, I don't think anybody from the Y is on the call, but for some of their guests as well. So that was something that we did let our shelter guests know about. And we are also still are very much in contact with a number of our guests. We have built a relationship. So the other day when it was pouring, you know, we'll call those individuals who have a phone, or they'll find a phone and call us and say, I need a blanket, or I'm not doing well. So we can connect them with vaccine clinics, make sure that that option is there if they choose to go that route. And we are still supporting some individuals with AISH applications. We're, you know, referring them to FCSS as well. They've been an incredible help. I can't tell you, not just saying that because Ms. Brown's on the call, but FCSS has been an amazing support to our staff and guests. So that's been incredible. And storage is a problem. We had a gentleman leave a guest leave a giant bag for a couple of days, and we're overnight guests at the church ourselves. And just how do we manage this? But these are all really good points. And I think one of the challenges is that we have a temporary overnight space. So I think as we look at some of the MAP programs that have maybe evolved into something else, some of those supports are a little bit more set up as far as an address and things like that.
Yeah, it's tricky and it's a big task. But I appreciate, I'm not surprised that the FCSS department was so helpful to you. They are an amazing group of people, of course, as well as community service development, which are sort of a bit of a Borg in my mind. But I appreciate you considering all of my suggestions and answering my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Mayor Borman, and thank you for your presentation, both of you. I'm just wondering, I had a question for you. Can you give me the definition of what a MAT program is? Is there an actual definition?
So I can speak to that, but maybe because Ms. Brown was involved initially with setting this up. Ms. Brown, do you feel comfortable with that one, or I can take that on?
Yes, I'm happy to answer the question. It is different than a shelter. So a MAP program is different than a shelter program, and a shelter program is thought to be more all encompassing. So it is thought to have like showers and actual individual rooms. And it's a program where you're moving more into a longer term stable environment. So people can stay there for quite some time. Sometimes they are allowing people to stay during the day, where a MAT program is really what it is. It's just a warm place at night with a mat on the floor where you try to connect people to the resources they have and then send them out on their way. So this program, I think, was probably a combination of a shelter and MAT program where we were able to keep that relationship with participants. We did provide some food, we did provide some connection, but at the end of the day, it was a cot that the REST program offered.
So essentially people needed more than just a mat because they needed support services as well?
Yeah, so the research on, and Michelle will probably speak to this better than myself, but the research on housing and homelessness really talks about the need of developing more of a community space and really looking at meeting people where they're at and finding a way to help them sustain that longer term housing. And that's really that breaking that cycle of homelessness. So making sure that they're getting the right benefits, making sure that they have the right medication, making sure that they're accessing the right social support services and having that longer term housing model.
And does Banff have a homelessness service?
No, so we work very closely as part of H2HC with YWCA Banff, and they have an emergency accommodation space. And that space is not low barrier, and it's really designed to help people when they're kind of in between housing. It's a great space. So for instance, if you say lost your housing because you lost your employment and you're waiting a couple of weeks before your new job starts with staff accom, the YWCA space is perfect for that. So they will make sure that somebody's housed, whether they have to have a longer term plan, they have to have ID, and then they move into that. They can stay in that emergency accommodation and then move into their longer term housing. But they do not have that emergency accommodation. They have bent the rules for us because there's been a community need.
Yeah, I understood they were a partner and that you referred some of the appropriate people to that program that came to the MAT program. But my last question is there sustainable funding available through their rural development network that could be used for this program if a community partner was found to provide space?
I'll speak to that. And then Ms. Brown, if you want to add anything, thank you, Councillor Sanford. It's something we're exploring. You know, they've made announcements about funding available and we haven't applied for anything at this point. It's something we're exploring a number of our current funders, new funders, and we hope to be able to continue it with the space and funds, really the two biggest things. And I appreciate your questions around what else do guests need, because I will tell you, I think if people could come down there and see in -20 somebody coming in with soaking wet socks, who's freezing, who hasn't eaten all day. And we started off with just a mat and our staff were scrambling. Our staff were going to the thrift store and buying socks and going to Rusticana and getting canned food in a microwave. And so I do think that some of the wraparound services and beyond just a mat, it's hard to say no to someone standing right in front of you who hasn't had that support. So I appreciate those questions.
Well,
sorry. I just wanted to let you know that the RDN was awarded $1.8 million in reaching home funding for homelessness, rural homelessness.
Great. Thank you very much for your presentation. And I just also wanted to commend you on the policy manual that you shared with us, because I think that's really a solid way to manage. And it's great that you've got such a great idea of how to work with that population. So thank you.
Are there further questions, discussion, comments from members of council? Seeing none, again, thank you both for being with us today to share all of this very detailed information. It has been quite interesting to hear the detail, and as I said earlier, I'll look forward to the next generation of the MAT program. I'm sure we'll do it bigger and better next time, or this coming winter. Okay, thanks again for being here. And just before we move in camera, I understand Councillor Comfort has a motion to reconsider to bring forward, a motion to reconsider motion 168 2021, which was the motion to go to third reading of the repealing bylaw. Councillor.
I do indeed. My intent in bringing this motion forward is for us to be able to reconsider third reading. I think it's highly unlikely that the two councillors will sway the five others to give us the majority that we need, or to deny this bylaw. So in the interest of speeding it up and avoiding a 5-minute meeting, and also to advance a number of activities that people want to have take place, I would like to request that, I would like to make the motion that we reconsider the third reading and bring it forward today to third reading.
Right. So the motion was actually to go to third reading, but
yes,
I didn't get that. Okay, so the motion to reconsider is on the table. Anybody care to speak to that motion to reconsider? And this has to be approved by 2/3 majority.
Oh, it's not unanimous?
The motion to reconsider has to be 2/3 majority, and then we'll be at the motion to go to third reading, which does have to be unanimous.
Okay.
So there's a few steps we're going to have to jump through here. Councillor Sanford, you had a question?
Yes, Mayor Barman. I had a procedural question. I understood that a motion to reconsider had to be brought forward by somebody who voted in favor of a motion versus.
I can speak to that, Councillor Sanford. The motion to reconsider has to be someone who's on the prevailing side of the motion. So I believe in this case, and the clerk can correct me if I'm wrong, that Councillors Comfort and McCollum are considered on the presiding side because they're
prevailing.
The prevailing side, sorry, because their vote won, even though they were in the minority, their vote actually won because we did not move to third reading. So it's not that it's the majority side, it's the prevailing side. So it is only councillors who could bring this motion forward.
All right, Thank you for that clarification. So the prevailing side determined that third reading had to take place at a different time. Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Okay, so the motion to reconsider, motion 168, 2021, which was the motion to go to third reading, is on the table. If there's no other discussion, I'll call the question. Those in favor of the motion to reconsider? And opposed? Okay, so we meet the 2/3 majority, so we can then reconsider the motion to go to third reading. So I'll put that back on the table. So the motion is to go to third reading of the repealing bylaw, the mask repealing bylaw. Can't think what the number was of that, but so motion to go to third reading. Those in favor? And opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. And so then I'll move that council give third reading to the repealing bylaw for the mask bylaw, whatever that number was. I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me. So, right, the motion to give third reading to the repealing bylaw. Discussion on that motion. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Borman. And thank you, Esme or Councillor Comfort, for bringing this forward again in the same meeting. I just want to remind my colleagues that COVID is nowhere near being over. And I'm not fear-mongering, I'm stating truth. We know that herd immunity will not be found until everybody receives their second inoculation at 75% of the population at minimum. That is what the federal government has told us. And that is not fear-mongering, that is scientific fact. And it is a scientific fact that the backbone of our workforce are the least vaccinated people in our community. They have the lowest levels of vaccination. And although I know that some of my councillor colleagues think it's actually quite easy to get your second vaccination, I am hearing from folks, boots on the ground, that it's not. Between schedules and racing and waiting in line online to get their second vaccination, it's not as easy as we think it is. And if we think it's easy, that's our privilege showing. It's our privilege to be able to knock off work whenever we want to go get these things done. That being said, I understand that there is an argument amongst people that this is going to create confusion. I actually don't buy that argument. And I don't buy that argument because we managed to, when we instituted the mask bylaw in the first place, many months before the provincial government did, managed to quash that confusion in our community on the front end. So people can send me insulting, rude emails all they want, but it doesn't negate the fact that COVID is not over and that we still have a long way to go as a community to protect everyone. And if we're actually in this together, we're in this together and we're going to protect everyone. So I will not be voting in favor of third reading. I know that that's not going to make a difference with regards to the rescission of the mask bylaw, but I believe that I am representing the backbone of our workforce and their children that are under 12 that both have not been able to either get any vaccination or haven't been able to get their second vaccination. And so I just wanted to say that publicly.
Great, thank you very much. Is there further discussion on third reading of the repealing bylaw? Councillor Comfort.
Oh, I'd like to add one thing actually, Mayor Borman, and just a reminder that masks are not going to be masks are still required on public transit and in taxis. And I know that Councillor Sanford spoke to that before, but that actually speaks volumes to me that there are certain situations where we're still requiring masks, that I think that should be extended in other places until there's a higher vaccination rate. Thank you, sorry.
Councillor Comfort.
Yeah, I don't disagree with a lot of what Councillor McCallum said. And I think that everyone should respect, there are going to be businesses that decide they still want people to masks before they come in because of the volumes of people or the closeness. And I plan myself to continue to social distance and to disinfect and do all of those things. Because as Councillor McCallum said, it ain't over. This at least allows the people that it may stop some fights, I think is what I'm thinking, or some angst in the community. And it does comply with the provincial arc. And even though I think that they're a little premature in lifting restrictions, nothing's stopping the people who want to be protected from protecting themselves and protecting others by wearing masks and social distancing and all of the other things we know that work. And I know a lot of people have said to me, it's going to be a long time before, I go to a movie theater or I go to other places, into even Safeway or department store without a mask or even with a mask, because people they're acting like COVID has been vanquished, and it hasn't. So anyway, I don't disagree with you, Councillor McCallum, and thank you for being courageous enough to stand your ground.
Councillor Sanford.
I think you're absolutely right. COVID has not been vanquished, but the healthcare system is recording that they are having better outcomes with people who do contract it because of the vaccination rates. So things are improving, and I think you can feel comfort that there is a better situation out there. And whether we talk about herd immunity or simply the fact that we're dealing with a healthcare system that feels more comfortable with the situation, I think that's where I would be supporting the mask bylaw or repealing it.
Further discussion for third reading? Seeing none, I'll call the question then on third reading of the repealing bylaw. Those in favor? And opposed? Motion's carried with Councillor McCallum in opposition. Okay, thanks for bringing that motion to reconsider forward, Councillor Comfort. And at this time, I will move the council go in camera. Those in favor? And opposed? Well, I should note that we're going in camera to prevent disclosure of privileged information in accordance with section 27(1)A and 27(2) of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. With that, we'll be in camera.
Sorry, Mayor Bauman. We just might also want to note that there are no decisions of council being made after in camera.
Right, you are. Yeah, any members of the public still watching the meeting, we will not be making any motions or decisions after the in-camera portion. We'll just come out of in-camera and adjourn the meeting. With that, we'll go in camera.